Women leaders and women-led organizations, the call is take up your space. Nobody's going to give it to you, right? Take it up, take up your space, not as beneficiaries, not as vulnerable people, right? Rather, take it up as, as people that are able to, as architects of the future that we are seeking to build. Let us not sit around and then cry around and then expect to be supported and then wait upon because we are vulnerable, because we are not okay, because we have really been supported quite long, and by now we should be able to move and take it up. Nobody is going to give it to us on a silver platter. And most importantly, as women leaders, as women-led organizations, let us promote collaboration rather than competition. Remembering that united we stand and divided we fall. Let us really unite as women. Let us work together. I think I did mention this even in the summit we held last year. Let us collaborate. Let us unite. Let us work together. Let us avoid the competition and then when we work together. Joyce has just mentioned a group of women that write proposals together and that have received funding. If we work together and come together and agree on how do we move forward, what is our strategy, we are really stronger. You'll all agree. We are really stronger. There is strength in unity, and there is power in strategy and strength in structure, the structures we are talking about. And then we also need to plan, and knowing that those who plan do better than those who do not plan, even though sometimes they really stick to their plans. But at least if we have our plan, and this is our plan, and this is how we really want to move, we are better off than those that do not plan at all. And today, let us commit to planning boldly, acting collectively, and building systems where women lead sustainable change. And having said that, and with your permission, allow me to declare this meeting open. Thank you so much, and I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. C4C. C4C. Honorable guest of honor, we are very delighted for all that you have said. Indeed, we are not vulnerable. But if we want to place ourselves there, everyone will view us as vulnerable, because we should stand up, like you said, and remain strong against all barriers. We know where we come from. We know the cultures that we are in. When you see a lady, you say, she cannot do that. That's not the role of a woman. That's not your work. You're supposed to sit here. It is us women ourselves to come up and say, no, we can do whatever anyone can do. So let's clap for Lady Susan for the wonderful message that she has given us. Please, let's do it. According to our program, we are supposed to go for a tea break, which they told us it's already there. So can we please, I don't know how much time we are going to give ourselves for the tea break, because we are beyond time. Around this time we should have been doing, it's already 11. Yeah, it's coming to 11. So let's give ourselves like 15 minutes. Is it okay? Okay. Photo. Someone is talking of photo. We're supposed to have a photo moment. A photo moment? Yes. A photo moment according to the program. So can The photographers, please organize us so that we have photo moments. Photos can take about 5 or 10 minutes. That we are supposed to go outside for the photos. At the steps, even in front. Because we wanted a background for all that we are seeing. Please, can we agree on something? The photographers, can you direct us? We are going to take the photographs first here on the stage, and thereafter we shall go outside.
All right. Allow me to do some consultation from my chair, because the photo moment is everybody's moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do not want to miss a photo with our guest of honor. I've been told Madame Susan has government issues to attend to, and so we cannot delay her. But we do appreciate the little time you've given us, Madame Susan, and we don't take it for granted. Now, just for this moment, I'm highly requesting that our guest of honor, plus the country director, specifically this table, to take up the seats, and then the rest of us, we go behind them. How is that? We stand in between so that we can capture this moment without distorting our wonderful designed, panel. All right? Okay. Is it possible we bring our backdrop banner closer?
This one comes, they take, we join.
Okay.
So you want
Okay, so I've been advised by the experts that we just come and stand here, that they'll capture us in any, from any vantage point. So they have the biggest cameras. I hear they've just been shipped in. So yes. Are they done? Okay. Okay. Please stay. Thank you so much. We're bringing others to join us. Okay, so the rest of us, we join in now. Okay? Yeah. You wanted the private sector? You said. So the rest of us, we are joining in. Please hurry up and position yourself where they can see you. Eh? We're taking a photo with Madame Susan, all the way from Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. Who would want to miss that photo? Huh? Some are requesting to stand down. Is that okay? It's okay? All right. So please, my height mates, we find ourselves, eh? Okay. Someone is laughing because she knows she's my height mate, huh? Okay. All right, but okay, please organize ourselves for the photo. Okay, okay. All right. Are we all in? Hmm? Guys, we want that photo that will be on our next cover, eh? Big smiles only. Okay. Please tell me our shipped-in cameras can capture all of us. Could we add more seats here for some women to sit? No? I feel like, would you really capture us? We don't want people cut out in photos. Last time they cut my eye like this. I was very angry, you people. So, is it okay? Okay. And please understand, our makeup is also drying. Yes.
Okay, just do this.
We are saying Women's Summit, Charter for Change. Oh. Our makeup is drying. We might need another layer. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should go for our tea break. But in the meantime, we're going to have our videos running. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going for the tea break, but allow me just inform you that behind there is a book by a wonderful lady. So please, behind we have some books for the first woman who graduated in Uganda. And so more information is coming in after. Okay, I'm just going to inform. So please, behind here is Sarah Anturo's book, and we are going to have another session just with her and her team. Ladies and gentlemen, our places of convenience are on my right hand. I hope this is right. Yeah, on my right hand. As you're getting out of the room, then you take that door in case of anything like that. Otherwise, please, no. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 minutes for the break tea. 20 minutes, please. So let's move very fast. All right. Yes, our women recorded good videos, but I don't know what is happening. I'm just wondering, men who are sitting in our panel, but still feel free. It is a safe space for all. Okay. But the person who sits there is always asked a question. Can I ask a question? We have questions for people who sit in that seat.
Many refugees hold on to the hope of being resettled in a
amena waye ninje muhindo aneti twabere tune ngauta abana munani abo singane nabo na twabere tune wetwenu tunakesiri omwanje acha twomecha micho wo musicha kahita twabolo musichinga kalwa hayi twabere tukavuka tukabana amagese abiboro manyumba wetu na twamatebet okwa skuru yebwitro twamayayerenderaku twabera tunamoyendero kwa skuru yebwitro. In 2022,
after the formation of the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform that now comprises of over 56 local actors, our biggest challenge as local actors was funding. We were positioned well but lacked funding.
So it is on that basis that with support from Oxfam, we piloted what we call the Emergency Response Fund that will provide resources, especially financial, to local actors to respond timely.
As a platform, we sent out a call for proposal, and different local actors within Western Uganda responded. They were vetted within 12 hours, and money was dispersed to them to be able to respond within 72 hours.
Tandikiro mwaka 2019 amezi gakatutera mengi gasisa amaka gaitu nambera ali ebintu byomunzu byona byasisikara amaju gatwarwa amezi ebisoro nk'enkoko n'embuzi n'ente nabyo byafwa then kyatuhambiriza kufuruka mu bikaro bitukaba tulimu tugaruka ntujja hano mu kikaro kinu mu mataka g'abantu abandi then batufunira omwanya guno bagutupangisa twaguma kuruga omwaka gwa 2020 mpaka sazino gwa 2025 nuhaizire kitongole kya jese Uganda kyatu training okore sabuni ya liquid shop kya training anyowe nagumzamu natandika kukora iyo sabuni nageraho abakazi batahe bange abanyeteranyuze nabo twakole kitebe akasenta akabere nikaruka mu sabuni katuyamba kusevingaho mu kitebe no kusasura abana school fees no kuombekaho amaju agatulio nitwikara mu kurora ngo tubaho neito tugeraho ubumezi no kutuza hambere
guidelines we developed as a platform. It is clear and stipulated that when you're going to do an intervention, it must be inclusive.
Ninkolano n'ogurusa abantu bibeta gurusa deni oba gurusa owa mubuto naye ne musupplyinga mu masomero alhamdulillah mufunyemu ebirungi ate nga mu maaso eyo nsuubira nti insha Allah wekiba kitambudde bulungi nina pulaani ey'okufunayo mashini ekola ice cream ntandike okukola ice cream oba mu masomero oba Yogakat amanya mpitibwa Ayinga Sumaiya nga ndi mu kibiina ekiyitibwa ab'omukwano alhamdulillah kuba twatandika ekibiina ekyo nina ebirungi byenkifunyamu saving zange tandisemu ka bizinesi nkola chapati nensupplyinga mu maduuka nenkola n'ogurusa abantu gye betuyita gurusa deni oba gurusa owa mubuto naye nemusupplyinga mu masomero alhamdulillah mufunyemu ebirungi ate nga mu maaso eyo nsuubira nti insha Allah wekiba kitambudde bulungi nina pulaani ey'okufunayo mashini ekola ice cream ntandike okukola ice cream oba mu masomero oba babeera b'emikolo bwekiti nga ntambula n'emashini yange nga ngenda nkola bizinesi yange. Neebaza nnyo omukyala yanyanjulira ekibiina kino kubanga alhamdulillah nkyenyumirizaamu ne bamembers bonna abakirimu alhamdulillah abantu tukwatagana bulungi tetulina buzibu bwonna era nsaba Allah akitukuumire ekyo tusigale nga tugenda mu maaso bwetutyo ekibiina kyaffe kisobole okugaziwa buli omu akifunemu ekirungi nga nze bwe nkifunyeemu sejjusa kukiyingiramu alhamdulillah bizinesi nga mugiraba chapati zino ziri ku order kati nzikola zina gye ziraga gurusa era nenkera ku makya nemukola nemusupplyinga mu masomero kati ngeri abaana gye bawumudde muteekako eyo mu maduuka alhamdulillah buli kimu kigenda
cutting trees in refugees. Settlement and across Uganda is happening at a rapid pace. My concern grows daily as I think about the years ahead. That's why I believe planting fruit trees in my community can be a key solution to this challenge.
Welcome to Check 2 Refugee Settlement in Uganda, where hope meets action through the Green Initiative by Self-Made African. Self-Made African is transforming lives by distributing fruit seedlings to both refugees and the host community. Many refugees hold on to the hope of being resettled in a third country or returning home when peace returns. This often leads to less involvement in local environmental protection, such as planting trees. However, Self-Made African is changing this narrative. Through extensive community mobilization and awareness campaigns, Self-Made African emphasizes the importance of tree planting. It's not just for today, but for the benefit of future generations. Partnering with Award, a local NGO, Self-Made African received a generous donation of 100. Trees. These trees have been distributed free of charge to beneficiaries, ensuring a greener and healthier community. During the donation, Self-Made Africa and Award also taught beneficiaries how to take care of trees, including caring, transplanting, and watering the seedling.
When you look at the Self-Made Africans, are a youth-led CBO within the refugee context. So as Award, we empower the youth. And when you look at our thematic areas, we also have a lot in environment and livelihood, which is also the passion for the Self-Made Africans. When you look at Chaka here, the environment is changing, but to find a youth group that is passionate about issues concerning their environment, for us as Award was really a very good start for us.
Even though we have launched this project during dry season, the sunshine is intense. Our first delivery targets community members trained at Self-Made African Incubation Center. These trainees are skilled in managing vegetables and plants during hot season. Our challenge is lack of some essential items like watering cans, jerry cans, which is crucial for the project success.
Self-Made African is committed to monitoring this project to ensure the sustainability of these trees.
The importance of fruit trees is immense. They don't just play the role of environmental protection, but also help improve the health of the refugees.
Through collective efforts, we can make a significant impact on our environment and secure a better future for all.
My recommendation to them would be to
Hello everyone, I am Namugera Joelia, Executive Director of Abomkwani Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chibuli areas. Part of our
amena waye ninje muhindo aneti twabere tune ngauta abana munani abo singane nabo na twabere tune wetwenu tunakesiri omwanja acha kama cha micho womusi chaka hita kama bulo misinga kalwa hayi twabere tukabuka tukabana amagese abiboro omanyumba wetu na twamatevet kwa sikuru yebwitro twama yayirenderako twabere tunamoyendero kwa sikuru yebwitro.
In 2022, after the formation of the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform that now comprises of over 56 local actors, our biggest challenge as local actors was funding. We were positioned well but lacked funding.
So it is on that basis that with support from Oxfam, we piloted what we call the Emergency Response Fund that will provide resources, especially financial, to local actors to respond timely.
As a platform, we sent out a call for proposal, and different local actors within Western Uganda responded. They were vetted within 12 hours, and money was dispersed to them to be able to respond within 72 hours.
Tandikiro mwaka 2019 amezi gakatutera mengi gasisa amaka gaitu nambara ali ebintu byomunzu byona byasisikara amazu gatwarwa amezi ebisoro nkenkoko nembuzi nente nabyo byafwa then twatuhambiriza kufuruka mu bikaro bitukaba tulimu ntugaruka ntuje hano mu kikaro kinu mataka gabantu abandi then batufunira omwanya guno bagutupangisa twaguma kuruga omwaka gwa 2020 paka sazona gwa 2025 niho iziye kitongole cha C4C Uganda cha training okore sabuni ya liquid shop cha training anyowe nagumizamu natandika kukora sabuni nageraho abakazi batahe bange abanyeteranize nabo twakole kitebe akasente akabere nikaruga mu sabuni katuyamba kusevingaho mu kitebe no kusasura abana school fees no kombeka hamaju agatuliyo nitwikara mu kurora ngo tubaho neito ntugeraho ubumezi n'obutuzi hambere tuli.
The guidelines we developed as a platform, it is clearly stipulated that when you're going to do an intervention, it must be inclusive, because we have the neutrality principle, yeah, under the humanitarian core principles. You have to consider everyone, and everyone in the community, of course, they are men and women and children and the elderly. So when we are doing needs assessment, even we involve the communities, the chairperson, the VHC, the health workers. So make sure that we are doing it with them.
We called on partners, we deployed them where Western Uganda Humanitarian was working with our local NGOs and CBOs, and we would sit together in the coordination meetings, deployed them. We had a central store for them, so it would be from our stores at the district headquarters, load, commission, and we go on to deliver.
Abantu batuhikira batujirana ebintu ngabene twakatuha ebafu batuha nejerekani twahura batuyambira twasima ko abakuba sahezo tukaba tutaine nambaye tukuogera tutaine nambaye turafechingira amaizi ekiro cyaho naho tatandika kutahamizi kuruga nambaye tugaiha sahezo abana baitu batandika kunaba tukaba tutaine aho nambaye so kunabira twatahamizi go kunywa twatahise ejerekani y'amaizi ago kutuchumbira ebyokulya.
So within the last 2 years, Oxfam Uganda managed to sub-grant a total of over $70,000 to the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, a fund that was meant to support them do response. And the local national actors were able to respond within the quickest possible time, less than 72 hours. And we hope if we get more funding from donors, and advance this to the local national actors, they're able to do better than what they've done.
If we can have resources before this scenario or this situation happens, we can try to mitigate and establish warning mechanisms that can prevent any further damage, particularly to the PWDs, who we think need a lot of assistance and awareness before such emergencies happen again.
Colleagues, I think time is not on our side. We have a session following our break tea. I don't know what we are deciding, either to have working tea. If we are going to have a working tea, we are ready to invite
I'm the one to invite. Okay. It is this one.
Yes, that's her name.
She's going.
Good morning, everyone. Please, we are going to have a working tea. There's some slight changes in the program. It's for the good, because one of us was supposed to have a presentation earlier, but because of the changes in time, she already has some other programs which she's already even late. So we are going to invite her, and even when we are having a working tea, please let's settle down so that we listen, because it's very important. When the mouth is talking, the ears may not be listening well. Let's try our level best, and then we wind up with our tea, and we are inviting the country representative UN Women, Madam Paulina. You're most welcome. Please, can we clap for her? Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Normally after eating, so many things happen. If any of you has anything that makes us more active, especially from break, lunch, please come and whisper to me. We want to make this very interesting so that we don't see people dozing. Then it will become a dozing workshop. Madam Paulina, you're most welcome.
Charter for Change.
The microphone up. Someone in charge, please come and help us. We don't want you to strain your voice. Then you say, women have weak voices. They cannot talk without a microphone. We can do it, but we want the microphone to help us.
From OPM, and my sister Joyce Julian, the chairperson, Charter for Change, and the ED of NUWOSO. Thank you so much for inviting me. When I was sitting there with my colleagues, we were looking
at the board, and I was really admiring it. I said, how many members do they have? This is incredible. I've never attended a workshop or a summit where I have seen the organizers have so many members. So congratulations and clap for yourself. I'm really delighted to be here with the leaders and architects who are redefining resilience in Uganda. You are the leaders who are really redefining the resilience in Uganda. Thank you so much to the Charter for Change working group. Thank you especially for convening this essential summit under the theme that shifts the narrative beyond vulnerability, women as architects of sustainable change. And I have heard previous speakers, when I came in, just hold ourselves as vulnerable. And I'm so glad to hear that. I heard my sister Susan emphasizing about partnership, collaboration rather than competition, especially in this world today. You know, one of the complaints sometimes people have about us women leaders or women groups, sometimes we tend to compete to fight each other. We can compete and fight each other, but in a strategical manner. Let's be strategic. You know, when men fight, you'll see them, thank you. You'll see them going to the golf course, you know, playing golf while fighting strategically. But us, we lock each other out. So let's compete strategically, let's fight strategically. I also heard her talking about power is strategy. Yes, power is strategy and power in unit. We women, we have to unite and will be strategically. And I was also very happy to hear that she's talking about the group of women who have developed a proposal together and they got money. My sisters and a few minority brothers who are here, our many allies, you know, more than any other time, we really need to unite. We have to extend our network, because I'm sure this is the story that everybody have been hearing, that fundings are diminishing. The time of overseas support is long gone. You see and you hear most of us from the UN reducing, you know, closing some of our sub-offices and so on everywhere, because the challenge is, the funding is very challenging. We hear about civil society organizations who are closing offices. So unless we come together and have joint initiative, it's going to be very tough for us. So congratulations to that team which developed joint proposal. Congratulations to you. Let's clap for them. So today, let's do two things. One, let's showcase the undeniable evidence of women's leadership in action. Secondly, let's build the case to secure their non-negotiable seat at every table where recovery, peace are designed. We have to make sure that women have a seat in all those tables. So we gather at a time when our region, and indeed our world, is facing changing patterns of conflict, increasing climate-induced crisis, and rising humanitarian needs. The nature of conflict is changing. I think we are following what is going on in the world, even in our own region. Yet, even in these challenging times, one constant remains: when women lead, peace lasts longer, communities recover faster, and societies thrive more sustainably. My sisters and my brothers, 2025 has been a pivotal year for gender equality, as we have recently marked 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. We have also celebrated in October, towards the end of October, the 25th anniversary of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. These anniversaries reinforce the critical importance of women's meaningful inclusion in all aspects of conflict resolution and crisis response, and offer an important opportunity for us to celebrate success, but also recognize and reflect on the ongoing need to invest in women's meaningful participation in all aspects of peace and security. And some of you women leaders who attended the 25th anniversary of WPS, I think you heard me congratulating Uganda, congratulating the government of Uganda, that you know, Uganda have proven to be a regional leader as far as the journey of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 is concerned. And yes, and I asked a question which I ended to answer myself, that what makes Uganda a model? What makes Uganda a model for 1325 is how they've done it, how they are doing business. I said, number one, it's because of their inclusive process. That's what makes Uganda a model in the region, a model in Africa, and mostly globally. Because as you know, in the world, Uganda was number 2 to develop its own national action plan for the implementation of 1325. So, but it has been, it's not just about developing, but it's about the inclusive process. Uganda's approach is highly participatory, bringing together government, civil society, academia, United Nations, and other key stakeholders to design and implement these plans together. Number 2, strong structure. This also makes Uganda a model in the region, but in Africa. Uganda have a robust coordination system which is led by the Minister of Gender, which is the best practice that many other countries struggle with it. And we have been coaching other countries in the region. For instance, Ethiopia, Tanzania, which other country? South Sudan. They came to learn from us how to do business. So we really applaud the government of Uganda. And number 3, what makes Uganda a model for 1325 is the local impact. Uganda is globally celebrated for localizing this agenda. The localization agenda is very solid in Uganda, more than anywhere else. So we are being congratulated, and also other countries want to learn from us about the localization agenda, how we do business here in Uganda. Right now, we know 20 districts have their own local action plans, but our aim is to reach 50 countries. So, my sisters and my brothers, let's showcase leadership, because we have leadership here, example. So let me give you a few evidence from front lines. In northern Uganda, let's start with northern Uganda. We see peace architects. Women mediators are not just easing land tensions. They are deconstructing and the very architecture of communal conflict, rebuilding trust piece by piece. That's one example from northern Uganda. Karamoja. In Karamoja, we see systems engineers. Women's groups work across hardened clan lines, not just to return stolen livestock, but to reprogram the cycle of revenge into a protocol of dialogue. Because you know how sensitive the issue of livestock is in Karamoja, but women have taken a front seat and lead the dialogue. Say, let's not revenge each other, but let's have dialogue. Now, another example, during the COVID pandemic, we saw crisis response commanders. When formal system fractured, women's organizations built a parallel and more effective network for health, for food and care, demonstrating a superior model for community-led response during COVID. Now, we also have an example from refugee hosting districts. We see social cohesion architects. Women leaders are the master planners, intentionally designing solidarity between host and refugee communities to mitigate conflict over scarce resources. And I'm glad our guest of honor is from CRRF, and I'm sure she have told you more about this. So these are but a few examples across the country showing when women lead, peace follows. These women are not participants. They are strategic leaders. They possess the lived intelligence, community trust, and practical ingenuity that formal systems lack. You know, what these women have, formal systems don't have. So their work is the backbone of sustainable peace and recovery. Now, we as UN Women, working alongside the government of Uganda and civil society partners, we are honored to have supported the creation of an enabling environment to promote greater meaningful inclusions of women in peace infrastructure. Let me give you a few results. Women now constitute 46% of district peace committees, members in Kotido, Lila, Chegwega, Ajumani, Terego, and Yumbe. This is an increase from 17% in 2021. And it has resulted in improved coordination between district and community levels with gendered focus on peace and security. Then, for the first time, 5 women are serving in influential roles on traditional justice structure. Now, you might forgive my, is it Luganda? I'm still learning my Luganda. Matu Oputi, is it Luganda? What? Okay, tell me, how do you spell it? Maruput. Okay, so it's that one. In northern Uganda, enabling women to shape reconciliation efforts and advocate for gender-responsive justice. Also, there will now be a mandatory 30% representation quota for women across conflict early warning and early response unit. How do you call it? Siweru structures. From national to grassroots levels through work in partnership with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So we are making progress, a lot of progress. Women are increasingly at the forefront of preventing, mitigating, and responding to natural and human-made disasters, now constitute 41% representation in district-level disaster management committees And this is an increase from 7% in 2021. So congratulations, Uganda. You are really leading the way in WPS. Congratulations. And women rights organizations and youth action groups are actively contributing to gender-responsive awareness raising, peace building, and resilience around preventing and countering violent extremism at grassroots levels. So you can see there are quite a lot of progress that we are making, and we really need to make sure that these are more visible. So we should be in a position when we go and look for funding, we have evidence, because evidence is important. We need data. And I'm sure if I ask each one of you here to give us an example, we are going to collect many more examples. And these are important when we are trying to mobilize resources. So I therefore call upon all of us to recommit and support and continued effort to promoting the full implementation of women, peace and security agenda in Uganda, drawing upon our respective comparative advantages as government of Uganda, as development partners, as international organizations, as civil society, and as private sector as well, and academia. So therefore, our advocacy today must be precise and bold. I call upon all of you, number one, to make sure we have architectural inclusion. What I mean is, women must be co-drafters of the blueprint for national and community recovery plans, from climate adaptation to refugee settlement to economic revitalization. Their role as implementers is proven. Their role as lead designers is now essential. Number two, investment in the ecosystem. We must move beyond project-based funding to core funding to flexible and multi-year financing for women rights organizations. They are the permanent infrastructure for peace and resilience. I'm sure all of you are looking at me here saying, what do you mean? The funding has always been, it's very difficult. As I said before, funding itself is diminishing. Not even talking about flexible funding or core funding, multi-year financing. Even if it's problem, even if it's difficult, let's continue to advocate. Let's continue to advocate. Whoever is giving us funding, let them try as much as possible to make sure that we get core funding, we get flexible funding, because how are you going to run your NGOs if you don't have core funding? So this goes to us as well as UN Women, and I'm looking at Natasha here, my colleague. We have to make sure we advocate for core funding, we advocate for flexible funding and multi-year funding. Number three, formalize the informal. We must create pathways to formalize the roles of community peace mediators and crisis responders, providing recognition, resources, and direct link to district and national system. And number four, mandate inclusive governance. Mandate inclusive governance. Quotas and policies that have succeeded in peace committees must be scaled to every recovery-focused institute. Protect women's rights and promote their active participation in peace-building efforts, because, as we have seen time and again, when women lead, peace follows. When women lead, thank you. Clap for me, I'm done.
the role women used to play 40 years ago is very different from the roles that women are now playing. It is only when we come out and stand and remain firm. Otherwise, there are forces behind us that are pulling us, that are telling us you cannot do it. We have heard from UN Women. They offer us what they are willing to help women-led organizations with. Thank you very much. We can still clap more for her. We are very glad and we appreciate everything that each and every one of you is playing to make sure that the women-led organizations stand firm and they are not pulled back. In our program, the next one was supposed to be Fin Church Aid Uganda, which I think it still follows unless there's any adjustments. Okay. Okay. She's leaving.
Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you very much, Pauline, for coming. Colleague, give another round of applause to the country representative of UN Women. I think most of you didn't recognize her in her high protocol. She's here with us. The local women are here. Community-based organizations are here. Partners of UN Women, the civil society women-led organization are here. The Women Peace Partners are here. The Feminist Humanitarian Network of Women are also here. We have women in business, women who are just starting, women who has masters, and they're also full-time housewives. They are here. So today we are in Katogo. So all of us are here, refugee led network. They're also here. Thank you very much for coming. You ask about how many groups, Charter for Change. We are 587 findable, fundable local actors. These are the actors with the physical presence. Tomorrow we shall display. We have another event tomorrow for the high-level donor dialogue. Yes, so we shall display that mapped database for the local actors. They have physical presence, they have the coordinates are there available so that the donors can search them, find them. They have the basic registration requirements, that where you can start from building that capacity. Yes, so we are here in the house. So this is the fourth summit starting from 2022. That's when we launched the summit. But in 2020, we started as a training of women in humanitarian leadership training. And now we promoted it to become a summit. It is an annual event that happens yearly, bringing women from different sectors. We started for humanitarian only, but now we have upgraded to humanitarian development and peace. So all the categories are here. I would like to say thank you for coming. We appreciate UN Women for advancing the women, peace and security in Uganda. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, she has another meeting. We give her another round of applause. Greetings to. You can speak, you're the MC.
With your permission, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a strong round of applause to UN Women because they've really supported our women all throughout. So we are clapping the Charter for Change way. Thank you, thank you. So let's prepare, okay? Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Thank you so much, the Country Director, UN Women, for being here with us. Now, without taking much more time, Allow me to invite a special lady from Finchurch Aid. I'm calling her special because she doesn't know it, but she's one of my role models, Madame Flora, the Partnerships and Development Coordinator, to give us an open insight of exploring women's leadership gaps and how women-led organizations can strengthen their governance, leadership, accountability to effectively drive community change. And it speaks to our theme today, women as architects of sustainable change. And we are really glad that it is our own, one of our great signatories and allies in the Charter for Change, who is giving us this presentation. So a round of applause to Madame Flora. Oh my God, my mentor and role model, no. No, you people, no. Please, Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Those who are not clapping, you're jealous that I have a mentor. Please go ahead, Madame Flora.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the room. Yeah, it's an honor to be here again. My first summit was last year, same year in December. I think that time was at Hotel Africana. It was quite interesting. It was the first one for me to attend, but I think we've taken quite strong strong strides that are viewable, that we can all see. And we've earned it all. We've earned it ourselves. We are seeing organizations move from one step to another. Engaging in meetings with Charter for Change and listening to women respond and taking stage and also demanding their space is quite interesting to see where we have come from and where we are going. Yeah, I'm called Flora Tumwebaze. I'm the Partnerships Development Coordinator for Finchurch Aid. For quite some time in my profession, I have worked quite along, mostly with local organizations, building capacity of local organizations, where I started from with Joint Clinical Research Center. I was still working with local actors. And today with Finchurch Aid, it's the same role I'm playing. So I have quite a number of years in experience working with local actors, knowing their gaps and what really has lagged us behind. But I don't think that this is what we shall talk about today. Today we are redefining our leadership and institutional impact. Finchurch Aid has been in Uganda for over, I think, 50 years, but had had a base for a long time in Nairobi until 11 years ago when Finchurch Aid got firm presence in Uganda and established an office. And previously it has been working through partners, local partners. And to date we are still working with local partners. And my role is how do we go about the idea of working with local partners and what do we demand to see how we deliver projects. The sustainability of our projects is at the center stage of our initiatives while we are looking for a local partner to collaborate with. So I want to thank the Charter for Change leadership. I think they have done quite a great job. They deserve a hand clap. They deserve a hand clap. They have done quite a great job. They have worked tremendously. We know how they started. We know how they got into office. And seeing where they are today is quite incredible. Thank you so much, Joyce, with your team. You've done well. Thank you, Geoffrey, for steering the wheel. You've also done pretty well. You've done pretty well. Thank you so much. Women at the forefront, we are reframing the conversation from participation to power. And for me today, it's like we're all reading from the same script. Speaker by speaker so far is that we are talking about the same thing. It's no longer about being a woman. It's no longer being about vulnerability. This summit today is about proving that women can lead. That we cannot prove that the whole idea of the question, can women lead? That debate is over. We've closed that chapter. We have entered the leadership spaces. We've shaped organizations and delivered impact in every corner of the humanitarian development and peace nexus. And that's why we are here, because we are doing incredible work in our communities. The question now is different. How do women lead organizations as they transition from participation to power? From delivering projects to shaping systems, from being included to influencing the direction. We just don't want to sit at the table, but we want to own the spaces, we want to shape the decisions, we want to steer the wheel, we want the direction to be where it is appreciated. We stand at a global moment where institutions are under pressure. Shrinking aid, rising crisis, localization demands. It's not easy. Localization demands are also tough on our shoulders. And donor expectations shifting toward institutional resilience. Leadership models are being tested. Institutions are shaking. Not only local institutions, but also international organizations. We are seeing them close at the moment. So what are we looking for? Leadership models that can stand a test of time. Are your leadership models within your organizations defining the moment that we are in today? That is one question we need to constantly ask ourselves. It's no longer the comfort space that we used to think that we are in. Women leaders are performing. Capability is not an issue. We have the skills, we have the academic qualifications. In this room, I can see people with master's degrees. There are people with PhDs. There are people with quite a lot of qualifications. Capability is not an issue. The real leadership gap now is institutional. Our organizations are often powered by remarkable women, but not anchored in strong systems. We don't take time to build the systems because we are too passionate, we are very kind, and we lose it when it comes to systems building. So many women-led organizations still face fragile governance foundations. Fragile governance foundations. Short-term reactive strategies instead of long-term vision. Accountability systems serving donors but not institutionally legit. Institutional legitimacy is still weak. We need to look at those very carefully. Weak leadership pipelines and succession plans. What are our leadership pipelines? What are our succession plans? How do we define our strategic pathways within the leadership models? And a devolved financial sustainability. Do we have the capacity to get out and look for funding? Like the previous speaker talked about, men are always at golf course clubs, fighting, playing balls, but fighting to consolidate how they can get business. Where are the women in those clubs? How are we taking our battles to develop our organizational financial sustainability plans into our institutions? And these gaps limit scale, they limit influence, they limit partnerships, they limit our relevance in policy spaces, and they limit our long-term community impact. So we need to look at what aren't we doing right. How can we occupy the spaces that these men are in so that we can leverage on their capacity and work with them? We are not working in isolation, no. We are going to work with these men, but also learn from them the way they are doing business. When we are looking at our institutions, let us look at them as a business and look at how can we build them beyond who we are. Beyond me as Flora, where am I taking this organization? So the question is, what happens to your institution when you're not in the room? Does it rise? Does it pause? Or does it collapse? It's a question you got to ask yourself all the time. If you see yourself in this space, if you're out, what happens behind your back? Okay, even be honest with yourself. Ask yourself, what happens if you quit? What happens if you're dead? Will it live beyond you? Because the institutions we are building should be institutions that can take forward, can be taken forward by people who come long after us. So, power is exercised, but in whose interests are prioritized. Strong governance determines speed and quality of decision making. You need to have strong governance systems so that you're able to have speed and quality of decision making. Donor confidence, if your systems are weak, the donor confidence is zero. And there is a way they will always see. I've been in partnerships for quite some time. Vetting partners to work with has been something that I do. And I tell you, even when I enter that door, I will know these systems are working or they are not working. There's a way you will always tell. There's what we will sit and discuss, but there is what the unsaid room will tell the donor. And make sure that you're always cognizant about the silent voice that sometimes speaks louder than your voice. So always be careful. By the time someone enters the reception and speaks to the receptionist, what attitude are they getting about your organization? If I enter your boardroom, are your values up there? And can they speak to what you're telling the donor or someone who has come to do due diligence? So be careful with the unsaid words within the room. Institutional credibility is very important. How are you building your institutional credibility? Are you taking time? Visibility, what are you throwing out on your social media handles? Does it speak to who you are? Does it speak to your values? Does it speak to your work? I've had challenges. I've actually been talking to Joyce and Geoffrey, where I get out and ask, I go to the platform, the Charter for Change platform, and ask, can I have some partners in this and this area? Someone is quick to tell you, yes. They will even tell you, I can collaborate. Okay, send me your profile. The profile does not speak even to what you were asking for. You're talking about livelihoods. Someone sends you a profile that is into sexual health, sexual and reproductive health. That's what someone is telling you. And you ask, but it's sexual and reproductive health. I need someone who can do agriculture, deliver agriculture outcomes. And he will tell you, but I can do. Those are things that we also do. And you know, it doesn't speak to your values. It doesn't define yourself. Know how you can define yourself, and that definition of who you are can take your work ahead, can give your institution a milestone, can give your institution credibility. How do you manage risk? How do you manage risk internally? How do you manage risk outside? How does your risk management procedures speak to your governance foundations? You need to know. Today, we talk about sharing risk. Whom are you collaborating with to ensure that you're sharing both the financial and the project implementation risk? Long-term survival, strong governance systems will determine your long-term survival and how you influence policy. Women-led organizations must build skilled, active, strategic boards. Not boards that love us. You know, as women, we want to see who loves us, who cares for us. No, in management, we don't need that. We need strategic boards, not only for institutional legitimacy, for me to come and you tell me that you actually have a board. No, we need boards that can steer, can give us strategic oversight, provide long-term vision and direction, helping leaders to avoid short-termism, where we are thinking in a short time way, but boards that will give us a broad spectrum and tell us, no, let's have a strategic direction in this way and we can survive much longer. We need robust finance, safeguarding, meal and risk management systems, evidence-based decision processes. Most of us women don't like data. But if you are at top to understand how data is going to inform your decisions, is going to inform your input in different spaces. You table on a table with other leaders and you sound like you actually coming from where you do not understand. You also don't know the road that you passed through to arrive on the table that you passed through. So, my dear women, we need to get decisions that we make, the strategies that we draw, and understand how we can utilize or you draw from passion. You know, we have done this for a long period of time. We've been looking after children, and all children have gone to school, and you're writing with a lot of passion, but no evidence, no data, nothing you're alluding to show that you have actually done this work. Build systems that will inform what you're writing about, what you're saying, and what you are building. So without governance, passion becomes chaos. With governance, passion becomes power. We have a lot of passion. We do everything that we do with passion. As women, we love. We are kind. We listen. We are so passionate. Everyone is a child. Everyone is a baby. But what does it mean to governance? Without governance systems, passion becomes chaos. With governance, passion becomes power. Use passion as power, not as a form of vulnerability. Governance is the spine of an institution. Without it, passion also collapses. So let's use our passion as power, not as a form of vulnerability. So strategic leadership, where we are talking about moving from operational overload to vision and influence. We carry entire institutions on our backs. We become the HR, we become the finance manager, program lead, fundraisers, communication officers. Women are leaders. They want to do everything. They are doers. They want to be in every corner and ensure it's being done. But what happens? Operational overload kills strategic leadership. High impact leaders must delegate operations. Learn how to delegate. You must build a strong team. If you cannot delegate, then your team is also doubtable. Strong leaders center themselves in partnerships, policy influence, and external positioning. Avoid working in isolation and gain bargaining power in donor and government spaces. Become agenda setters. So if you have a good team, then you're able to do these other things. You'll find yourself in spaces where you will influence. You will find yourself in spaces where you will be included. You'll find yourself in spaces where your voice will be heard. But if you're a doer, you want to do everything, then you become isolated. Create leadership pipelines for continuity and scale. Institutionalize strategies, define your leadership pathways. Institutionalize strategies so that your team knows what exactly you want as an institution, not just as an individual. Share your vision with your team so that you're able to drive your vision or the institutional vision through your team, not as an individual. If you bury yourself in daily tasks, it's the institution that suffers. Sustainability becomes compromised. Visibility is nowhere. No one will know you. So get out and let your team work. No organization, regardless of how brilliant its leaders is, can shift systems alone. So avoid working alone. Women-led organizations need coalition, alliances, peer network, shared advocacy, joint fundraising strategies like we saw, collective visibility like we are having here in this space. Utilize such spaces, budget for them, and see how you can be included. No one will know you if you remain in your village. No one will know you if you are not out there to speak about your impact, to speak about your values, speak about what you do. I love sitting here and listening to a number of people that are doing. I recently called Joyce and asked her, in our Charter for Change, who can we go with? And she's able to tell me, this one, you will get what you want. This one, they still have a long way to go. You get? So really, we need to be sure, Joyce, I'm sorry, but so we need to be very keen on how we build our organizations and how we bring them into such kind of spaces so that our impact is felt, our visibility is sustained. And for us, such kind of networks have made our work even easy, because I no longer have to go to Karamoja from one organization to an organization, go to the district and ask whom can we collaborate with. Now I sit here and go to Charter for Change and see who are from Karamoja and how can we work with them. So your visibility and how you come and how you define yourself in such a network will grow your institution or will kill it. But also you need accountability. If you come to such spaces, what accountability at an individual level are you giving to your institution? It has to come not just because you have attended, but there is a price that also goes in your attendancy, with your attendancy. So are we building alliances strong enough to shift national and global agendas? Not just sit here, but also contribute to the national and global agenda as a network, but also as an institution. So be very serious as you drive your space. Legacy is not in activities. Legacy is not in projects. Legacy is not even in personal leadership. Legacy is in institutional building. Your leadership will ultimately be measured by the systems that survive you as a leader, the leaders you mentor, the integrity you safeguard, the community changes your institution drives, the power your institution holds in the ecosystem. Your agenda is not your legacy. Your institution is. So, will your institution survive without you and thrive beyond you? What kind of foundation have you put for your system, for your organization to survive beyond you? We should not be women who are just in spaces and go back with them, because our capacity has been built. We have been told how we started as Charter for Change. Way back, we started with building capacity. The capacity era is over, but how many people have you built their capacity that they can take after you? Is the question you need to constantly ask yourself. Not selfishly, but for the institution that you drive. An institution that will not survive you is not an institution worth even standing today. So as you go back, is your institution worth standing today? As we sit here, can we ask ourselves, year after year as women, we've sat in this space. What have we drawn from this space that we take back to our institutions and we can say that our institution can survive us? So, women have proven that they can lead. That's not a question anymore. The challenge before us now is collective. Can we build institutions strong enough, transform communities, influence policy, attract investment, and stand the test of time? I've repeated this over and over again because I twisted the topic that I was given, exploring women leadership gaps and how women-led organization can strengthen governance. I twisted it a bit to look at what kind of institutions are we building, because we are now no longer looking at the capacity of women. We are looking at how we can drive institutions the institutions we sit in today need to be defined by who we are and the models that we are using. We must evolve from passion to purpose and strategy. From passion, we hold a lot of passion, but we need to evolve from passion to purpose and strategy. I'm not saying we shouldn't have passion. Passion moves walls. Passion moves hills and mountains. But we need to have a strategy even as we apply passion. Passion should be a tool for power, but there should be a purpose, there should be a strategy. We should move from just doing to directing, from presence to power, from individual excellence to institutional greatness. This summit is not a celebration for our leadership, it's a call to redefine who we are in terms of leadership, to think very keenly of what type of leaders we are, to evolve and make sure that from here we are going to build. We are not just going to do. We are going to build. We are going to look at our strategies, and our strategies are going to define our institutions. Because the future will belong not to the organizations that do the most, but to the organizations that build the systems, shape the policies, and hold the power. History will not remember how hard we worked. It will remember what we built. I wish you the best as we go through the day, for today and for tomorrow. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flora. Your message was so emotional. Very emotional for me. Many times as women, we think we can do everything. You are the mother at home. You are the manager in the office. You are the chairperson in the church. You are at home. Your mother calls you as my rock. Wherever there is something, you should be invited. And if you are not there, the meeting cannot take place. And after a few years, you find you are not well. You are overburdened. You have a lot to do. You cannot question it. You say, I want to remain strong. I am strong. And within no time, so-and-so is not well. She's sick. So let's get up. Rise up on your feet and stand up and try to shake, move a bit. The over-sitting in office because you are the manager is not going to help you. You have written proposals, you have written what? You have deadlines. I keep telling people I will not die even if there is a deadline. So deadlines, the feet is swelling. Can we please get up for now and shake our bones before, thereafter we are going to thank Flora for that emotional. Just get up, please. Get up. Get up. The more you sit, the more the stomach swells. You start seeing the stomach is coming in front. You look in your pockets, you don't have enough money. Most times we think people have big stomachs are people who have money. But we don't have money and the stomach is swelling. So let's also look at our health as women leaders. We need to look at our health. We are going for a small yoga, please. Dance. Shake your bones. From Karamoja. Can you play it for us? We are going to Karamoja land. My friends, come and show us the steps. Thank you, DJ. This is some of the things that we need to do. It looks so simple. It looks so ordinary, but it will help a lot. The more you refresh yourself, the more you look after yourself. Women, let's look after ourselves. Let's look after ourselves, because it is from that so many things can go well, that we will be able to handle all our professional work when we take care of ourselves. Let's not undermine that. It is very important. At this juncture, I want to invite, you are seated next to me, that's why I am, because the next one should be you. I'm inviting my co-MC to say something, then we go for our next program.
Thank you so much.
We did not thank Flora. We went straight to
the dance.
To the dance. Please,
Yeah.
Flora, may God bless you. Thank you so much. You touched us. We localize our institutions. We think of the village where you came from. We like doing our things alone and in a cocoon. As women, we cannot go far. These are some of the few things I picked. We cocoon ourselves. We want to be seen as victors. Alone, let's not remain as some of the women leaders we have in parliament now, that someone has stayed for almost 35 years, and whom have you empowered? Whom have you surely empowered? Time will come when you will go. Let's empower the ones who are coming, so that it's a continuation of women activities, of empowering others who are coming. We should not remain as the only victor in the village. We need other small victors to also come. May God bless you all.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Yeah, indeed, Madam Flora, you have, I'm short of words, but more appreciative, because we need to call a spade, not a big spoon. And these are some of the talks we need as women-led organizations, but also as local actors, to prepare for the impossible. I think I come from a place of that, and I know what it means when you have systems in place. We lost our executive director, but award is still standing because of the very many things she pointed out that we are still thriving up to now. And the journey continues after all. Without wasting more time, allow me invite a special lady. She's one of my mentors, and she was also the second chair to the Charter for Change Working Group. She's someone who is admired in the space, but more importantly, she's a role model to very many women, very inspiring, and more importantly, to us as the local women, she has us at heart. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Madame Juliet Donner to come and moderate the next panel. A round of applause to Madame Juliet Donner. And as she comes, we're going to give her Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Thank you. Charter for Change. Yeah, she was our second chair to this wonderful working group. We do recognize that. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I think it brought the vibe, right? Yeah. Thank you, Kathy, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank the organizers for this event, for putting up very strategic discussion points, topics that we are going to learn from today. Our next is a panel discussion, and listening to what Flora delivered here, I think it captured a number of areas that we are going to have in our panel discussion today. The panel is on the theme, Transforming Crisis Response Through Women's Leadership and Strong Governance. Across humanitarian and development contexts, crises are becoming more complex and also protracted that we experience in Uganda and also in the neighboring countries, deeply interconnected with issues of inequality, exclusion, and weak governance systems, more even in our own women-led women rights organizations. Yet in the midst of these challenges, women, particularly those at community level, frontline levels, continue to respond, to lead responses that are inclusive, adaptive, and grounded in real lived realities. Their leadership is not only a matter of representation, it is a proven pathway to a more effective, accountable, and sustainable crisis responses, even though they still have challenges. This panel is particularly going to discuss how women leadership, when supported by responsive and accountable governance systems, can reshape and the way crises are anticipated, managed, and resolved. It will examine the enabling conditions, policies, frameworks that empower women, shift power as required, not from tokenistic inclusion to meaningful decision-making, and from reactive to meaningful, resilient systems. Now, looking at what Flora discussed here, I would like to invite our colleagues from INGO and also from the local organizations, women-led women rights organizations, to come and share their experiences relating to this topic of transforming crisis response through women's leadership and strong governance. I take this opportunity to welcome Florence Anobe, the knowledge manager from CARE International. Put your hands together to welcome Florence.
Charter for Change.
CARE is one of the signatories to Charter for Change and Grand Bargain. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Lillian Ojanduru, Technical Advisor, Gender from CRS.
Charter for Change.
CRS is one of our signatories to Charter for Change and also Grand Bargain. Let's come and hear from them. Representatives from the women-led organizations, let's put our hands together and invite Ms. Emily Rijaru, Executive Director of Integrated Child Services.
Charter for Change.
And let's welcome Ms. Alum Luana from Caritas Moroto. She's the only Executive Director in Caritas family, the only female Executive Director. Let's appreciate her.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
So we listen to some of the gaps that exist in women-led women rights organizations that could impede women's leadership from what was presented by Flora. I just wanted to say, when women lead, have we forgotten? When women lead, the words of Madame Pauline, UN, women representative, country representative. Sorry. So, Flora, CARE is a signatory to Charter for Change. And CARE is promoting the localization agenda in Uganda. You work with women-led women rights organizations. We would like to hear from you, your experience as CARE. How is CARE addressing the gaps that, the leadership gaps that exist in women-led women rights organizations to be able to effectively deliver humanitarian response? And how is CARE shifting power as they are empowering women-led organizations? Shifting power, decision-making, and resources to women-led organizations without taking on the leadership role as CARE. Over to you, Flora.
Thank you so much for this question. I would like to say that CARE took a strategic shift in 2023 to directly action and take lead on localization, where has been working since then with up to 60 plus partners in Uganda, and of those 40 are women-led, women rights, and refugee-led organizations. And in our work with these agencies, CARE has ensured that the local and national actors engage effectively beyond just being sub-grantees, but participating in co-design of these grants and implementation, and ensuring that there are systems in place for capacity sharing, monitoring, as well as fund management, where fund decisions are actually made in consultation and in close engagement with the local and national actors. And some of the national actors actually in this room, there is CEPAD, there is AWARD, largely under the STEPS initiative that is strengthening transition of localization in humanitarian and response in Uganda. So with this kind of engagement, CARE sees local actors and partners with this mutual perspective, ensure that there is mutuality in reporting, first of all, even in fund advancement and funding decisions to all the local and national actors. So that said, CARE took the bitter pill, I should say, to make the hard decisions, to look into her own human resource capacity, And as you know, rolling out localization is not a simple task. It calls for a lot of internal INGO decision to relinquish some power. As you enhance capacity of local partners, you cannot continue doing the same role. The partners are empowered and they take on stronger responsibility and take on other roles that they do. So with that said, now the partners that we work with are even engaged strongly. Say in the STEPS project, we have the HUDS, who is now the vice chair of the project steering, that is the STEPS Consortium Steering Committee. I hope we all understand what STEPS is about. STEPS is strengthening transition, localization in the humanitarian space. That is through enhancing provision of protection services. So we have HUDS as the vice chair, and in this consortium, CARE is working closely with Watch Child, but we also have 7 other local national actors, and from among those, HUDS is leading on that. So that means that HUDS is actually entrusted with a voice to inform decisions, not only for HUDS itself, but for all the other local and national actors that are involved in this project. I can go on and on with more examples if you allow me.
Thank you very much. I hope this is working. Thank you very much, Florence, for responding to that. I would like to come to Madame Lillian. In the experience and perspective of Catholic Relief Services, in crisis and recovery context, how can women-led organizations strengthen accountability systems, financial, programmatic, and community accountability while operating under pressure and limited resources? We did hear that we have gaps in fragile governance from Flora. Those exist up to now in our organizations. Institutional legitimacies are weak. How are you strengthening those areas to the partners you're working with?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question, Donna. And as Catholic Relief Services, I'll just give a few hints. I know there are very many, but how we are working with the partners and how we are strengthening some of the capacity areas, I'll just say a few things. I think for me, the first thing is about preparedness. How are you prepared as an organization to handle crisis with the limited resources? So one thing, we talked about financial. She asked about financial preparedness, programmatic, and community accountability systems. So I'll start with the financial ones. Establishing clear, inclusive, and gender-responsive policies is very key, and this has to be before. And I am saying this because the policies don't need to be stagnant, but implemented. So having that in place and implementing that is very, very important. With our partners, we also look into through our Hokai assessments, those are partnership assessments, where are some of the gaps? Can we come in? We have gone as far as developing some policies together with our partners, just to make sure that they are prepared, they are responsive, and they can respond in this crisis properly. Trainings is another thing. We just don't train from nowhere, but where are the gaps? How do we identify those gaps, and where are these gaps? Being very open to feedback, constructive feedback is very, very important, and it's through those feedbacks that we are able to identify the gaps using assessment tools, and then we tailor some trainings to address those gaps. But also, this is a tech area. There are other trainings which are online. Some are modest fee. Some have modest fee, but some are also very free to say. We also identify those too and have our staff as CRS, but also the strategic partners that we work with to take some of those trainings online. When it comes to finances, yes, the literacy, financial literacy is very, very important, both for staff and board members. And some trainings actually target that, which is very, very, very important. When it comes to the community, accountability mechanisms at community level. We establish those accountability mechanisms, feedback mechanisms at community level, and that strengthens our partners to be able to respond without a lot of, without a lot of things which are coming from the partners, but from the communities that are being affected. So that involves the communities that are affected, as well as the leaders in those communities. So having that mechanism in place is also very, very important. Programmatically, assessments are very important. You can do assessments which are gender responsive, have gender lens in those assessments, identify the key problems, the key areas, and also what is the objective of the program, articulating those objectives in line with your assessment, in line with what the donor wants is very, very important. So those assessments have also helped. And yes, that's what we do with our strategic partners too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian, for those insights and the experience from Catholic Relief Services, but also what you are doing to strengthen those specific areas with the partners you're working with. I'll go to Ms. Luana, because I do believe you also work closely with Catholic Relief Services as a faith-based organization, and you must have benefited from some of these capacity strengthening areas. So as an organization that is working so closely with communities and with different structures at that level, how have you been able to strengthen the women groups in your communities and the faith-based structures to be able to improve crisis response outcomes at community level, given the fact that you operate in a fragile context?
Thank you so much. I can talk for our experience, and as you were saying, we have been lucky enough to be supported by our sister CRS and strengthen our capacity. I want all of us to go with one word, and that word is trust. Faith-based organizations have already been, the first responders into crisis, and that is how Caritas Moroto was born in 1981. Because the church, the diocese, wanted to respond to drought and famine crisis. So I really think that faith-based organizations are already getting to the people, but let's say the space is changing, and we have to structure all this. We cannot just talk and then tell you that we have gone to and we have supported the communities. So we needed a structure, and organizations like CRS, but not only, even Oxfam does that at Caritas. We have now strengthened our system. But of course, we have risks such as, sometimes I feel like to follow the structure, we dehumanize a bit. We forget. Yes, I don't know what is happening with the microphone. Let me see if it is a bit better. Not. I don't know. It's working? Yeah. It's working. Okay. So I feel that we forget our human bit of the support to communities. The church is used to get the information and then to rush immediately to the field. I want to give you the example of something that has just happened. My colleagues are even in the room, and Gladys is also there. We just had, unfortunately, floods happening in Apeitolim. That is one of the sub-county of Napak. And And when my colleagues were in the field, at a point they called me and they were asking me, Director, can we support more guys than what we have in the system, what we have budgeted for? We shall let go our allowances and our per diems as much as we can support more people. Unfortunately, our answer was a no, because when we get in touch with the partner follows the budget that we send to them. So structuring is very okay with us. It supports accountability, but I don't know how we can now, how we can now balance the two, remain human, and but still with a strong structure that make us strong in front of our partners who have the right to get accountability for their funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we shall come back to CARE or CRS on the issue of adaptive or flexibility. I would like to come to Emily. As a woman leader, you are the Executive Director of Integrated Child Services. How have you been able to traverse through the leadership challenges personally and also as a leader of an organization to navigate these challenges in order to respond while maintaining your organization's credibility and trust before the community and the stakeholders you work with?
Yes, thank you very much, Donna. I want to appreciate this panel discussion, and I appreciate the diverse team that we have. I want to start on this note. Flora gave us a very powerful keynote address and asked us very difficult questions as women-led organizations.
Check.
Am I audible enough?
Somehow.
Please.
Just use this.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I want to say that I'm going to pick up from where Flora made a powerful keynote address and asked us very many tough questions, and the conversation was tough. I could read through our minds in the room here. Today, we are reflecting on our personal journeys as women-led organization. And today, I want to start with my own personal experience as a woman leader. Just recently, I was about to lose my life just because of crisis. And we've been talking about crisis. Crisis happens at various levels. Many times we pay attention to crisis that happens at the community level. Just last month, as a woman leader, we take on a lot of responsibility and roles, ranging from family, work, and social responsibilities. So last month, I almost lost my life to blood pressure in office. I had this crisis, and there were a lot of forces around me, and I didn't know how to balance between work and my own personal well-being. So it reached a point, I was collapsing, I was sweating. I told my colleagues, please, good enough my colleagues are women. I told them, please, can you allow me to undress? I was sweating, I was suffocating, but I did not know what was happening to me. I thought I was a very strong woman, that I could, stand the test of time, that navigate these challenges, be a leader, be a mother, be a sister, be a daughter, and name them. But I almost lost my life. So what am I saying here? That as women leaders, we have these challenges. We stand here looking strong, but when I ask you one by one, there are many questions. There are many issues racing in your minds, by the way. Some of you even are not literally here. You are miles, you are 1,000 miles away from here. The challenges we have as women leaders. Back to the question. We have diverse challenges as women leaders, ranging from building our organizational and personal brand. We sometimes lack direction on where we want to be and who we want to be. Defining who we are is a very huge challenge to us as women leaders. And people management. You see, we all have different models of leadership. So in that aspect, people management is a huge challenge. Sometimes it's difficult for us to build, retain, and build our teams. In terms of our vision and institutional development, we lack strategy. We do not have strategic plans in place. But I know here we are at very different levels of growth and development as institutions. How many of us here have 5 years strategic plan, 5 or 3 years by show of hand, women leaders? Let's be honest. And how many? Yeah, it is evident that these are some of the critical challenges we face as women leaders. We do not know how to envision how we want our institutions to be like. And another issue as women leaders is the aspect of adaptability, the ability to adapt to changing situations and to understand the diverse perspectives. As leaders, women leaders, sometimes we are not well equipped. I know a number of capacity strengthening opportunities have been provided to us, but because we are different levels of growth and development and different capacities technically, it's still a huge challenge. In terms of our leadership, strength or strengthening leadership, mentorship, and building our leadership development is the overarching challenge we have. We have women leaders, but many times we fail to look up to them as our role models. We fail to look up to them as our mentors. Why? We talked about strategic competition, but sometimes our competition is not very strategic. It is very unhealthy. So we do not look at our colleagues as mentors, as our coaches, and we look at them as our competitors. And building confidence and self-advocacy are some of these challenges we have. Many times we shy away from our roles and responsibilities, and we believe other people can take our spaces and make decisions to us. We lack capacity to do self-advocacy. We are not very assertive. We lack self-awareness on how to take on our stage as women leaders and to push and influence policies and decisions at the different decision-making spaces. And lastly, also have a challenge of fostering partnerships and networks. Many of us here work independently. We do not belong to professional networks. We are independent. We don't know where to belong. And for this reason, we are lagging behind in many spaces. And how do we get attention from local to global level? But it is only through these networks and partnerships that we can gain attention as women leaders. And then prioritizing our work as women. Many times we deviate from being the feminist we want to be. We do not focus on working intentionally as feminists. We divert from our purpose. We want to do everything. And for that reason, we always get overwhelmed with the workload and where we want to be. In terms of governance, we also have challenges. We sometimes lack clear governance framework For example, we do not have effective board or policies that govern or guide our institutional development. So at that point, we lack direction on how to grow and build our institutions. And also we need to have a broad or a board that has gender diversity. For example, we need to champion inclusion at our governance level. For example, when we have the board, how inclusive are we? How gender responsive are we in addressing some of these issues at governance level to promote equality at all levels, and also in the executive teams? How gender responsive and inclusive are we? What about the inclusive policies? Many times we have policies but that do not align to our vision, our mission, and our mandate. Sometimes when due diligence is made on us, we just go on, copy and paste policies from our different, our like-minded partners, forgetting our niche, forgetting our vision, forgetting our mandate. I may be a disability inclusion partner, but because I lack the capacity to have this policy, I rush to an organization that is doing child protection, and I mess up my vision, my mission, and my core mandate. What about engaging the male allies in our initiatives? Many times we work in isolation. We think when we do it on our own, we can move miles. But then it is very important that we engage the male in all our initiatives, because at that level, they can break the barriers in the systems that prevent us from achieving our goals. And then we also lack conducting performance reviews and evaluations. Many times we do things, we do not review our performances, we do not evaluate, and we just do work at large. So how do we foster learning if we do not evaluate and monitor our performances? So that is very critical at governance level. Those are some of the challenges we face as women leaders. I think at this point I would like to submit, and maybe if there are following questions, respond to them later. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Emily. I think what she has mentioned, experience to her as an organization, but also this cuts across women-led, women rights organizations. We can learn from each other and see how we can be able to strengthen our areas of weakness. Let me come back to Florence. Your knowledge management manager with CARE. From your experience, could you advise our women-led, women rights organizations on how evidence and accountability mechanisms can be designed so that women-led organizations can demonstrate impact of their work? We did hear from beginning that we need to demonstrate what we are doing to be visible out there. In 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start away from your question, first of all, then I'll come to the question. I would say women and girls are the helm of CARE's programming, and all that we do, we target 60% of that category. It doesn't mean that we don't recognize the contribution by the men and boys. They are critical partners in development. And with them, together with the women, we can have sustainable systems, sustainable interventions, and improved livelihoods also sustainably across household, agency, and the relation levels. So those are very key. And because of that, as CARE, we are very intentional about the women and girls, and all our programming takes care of that. Even as an institution, our internal systems procurement takes care of that. Not that we want to favor the women, but we want those who meet the standard to be given the opportunity to participate over their male colleagues who have met the same standard. So coming back to the question that you've posed, well, for a women-led women rights organization, from the perspective of knowledge management, it is critical that you appreciate the incremental changes that your organizations make. And how do you appreciate that? That is by ensuring that you document your engagements, document the activities. When I say document, I mean things like, if you've done an activity, have on file evidence of that. It can be a one page of what transpired, how it transpired, who were in the room, what is the action expected, and when are we going to go back to check this action. So once we do that consistently across our engagements, then we shall be able to tell incremental changes of our engagement as women rights, women-led organizations. We are also able to showcase our success. I think you saw a bit of documentation being displayed here, those short videos of showing how some of our organizations here have sailed through the turbulence and have made it in terms of growth and in terms of enhancing fundraising, in terms of enhancing their capacity to deliver in areas that they would not have delivered earlier. But because they documented, now we know what, for instance, I'll use the same organization. So RECEPAD can do what Howard can do or what HADS can do because they documented in very simple ways. It doesn't require an expert. We have phones, most of us have smartphones with enhanced features. That is how it starts. And you can document something for 1 minute. It can bring you volumes of recognition, not only in terms of fundraising, but also in terms of your capacity. People will know that if I need expertise in this area, I go to this entity. Just because of the power of documentation. We have social media enhancers, influencers here in the room. I think they can also attest to this. 1 minute or less documentation can give you volumes of recognition, not only in Uganda, but also outside, and not only among the local actors, but even with the donor community and government recognition, which is very critical. I would also like to add that with that goes the appreciation for numbers. When we document, we should not only reflect on telling the story, but we should attach the story with the statistics around it. Let's speak to the numbers. If we're saying we have changed lives of women and girls in a refugee setting, we should be able to say, of this number in this community, we have influenced or changed the lives of, say, 10,000 or 5,000 or 3, and still go deeper to show the quality in our programming by what services and what change have we caused among them. I would like to come back to this meeting to speak to, in addition to knowledge management, but also speak to the need to have systems in place that enhance accountability. Documentation does enhance accountability, but as women-led women rights organizations or local actors speaking about localization in this space, it's also important for us to be credible. And how will people say or find out that we are credible? Yes, our chairperson later on said many of us here are fundable, findable, and legitimate, which is very good. But now beyond us stating that, we should also have certain levels of documentation in place, which those who find us can be able to find the related documentation so that they confirm and affirm the statements that we have as an organization or as a Charter for Change agency here. Speaking to that again, I relate to QAM. How many of us in this room are actually QAMed? How many of us are QAMed? QAM is Quality Assurance Mechanism, a system that is run by Uganda NGO Forum for all CSOs, and we are all civil, CSOs in this room. I can see only one hand that is indicating that they are QAMed. It is one of the processes that will enable us be findable, fundable, trusted by not only the government of Uganda, but any donors and any INGOs willing to work with us. Why am I saying this? Because it is a process that will enable us improve as organizations in terms of our organization system development and also institutional capacity. Because it has a number of parameters that if we are able to meet, it means that our systems agency, but also our institutional strength can be affirmed by anybody out there who wants to work with us.
Okay.
So it is a critical, as I summarize, it is critical that we are able to get QAMD, they call it QAMD, but now we have QAM Plus, which QAM Plus was actually launched in May, and now the system has gone live as I speak. It went live 2 weeks ago. So ladies in this room, as we speak capacity, as we speak strength, as we speak growth, let's make it seen. And how do we make it visible? By going through some of these systems. I submit.
Thank you, Florence. I would like to come back to Lillian. In 3 minutes, you respond to that question on adaptive management from Caritas, and you share with us how women-led organizations, in terms of partnership between INGOs and women-led organizations, can move from project-based collaboration to long-term institutional strengthening, especially in conflict or fragile contexts. If you can respond in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can she ask again?
Supporting partners in times of crisis, yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Donna. How flexible are we in terms of supporting our partners to reach more targets or more participants in terms of crisis? Recently, there was a crisis in Sebei. Do we remember all that? There was a crisis in Sebei, there was mudslide and floods. And unfortunately, many people, over 30 people lost their lives in that. And we've been responding to that crisis too, especially with Caritas Tororo. There are things that make, when you're making budgets, when you're doing proposals, sometimes if you don't have the data, you may not get the right funding you need to actually respond to such crisis. And one of the challenges was data. The data which was available was not in proportion to what was on ground. And so what am I saying? We had to adapt. I'm just sharing an experience before I respond to her question. We had to adapt. We thought we were going to respond to 550 people. We had put it at a higher end, but when we reached there, it was more than that. So how did we adapt? When we looked at who are the actors already on ground, like Red Cross and other actors, OPM, what have they done? And how many people are not being supported yet? And then we wrote back to the donor to say what the situation is, and can we go beyond the 550? I think for me the key thing is, do you have the data to support your decision to increase the targets? Do you have the evidence? If yes, and then that evidence can be used to influence targets, right at who is the donor, you know? So data becomes very key, information becomes very key when it comes to adaptations. And these things can always happen as long as you have the right information, the right data, and people can navigate to the donors to influence targets. I hope I've responded to that. All right, so now coming to how do we move away from project-based to institution relationships. As CRS, we work through partners. You rarely get CRS doing any direct implementation. I would say it's not there, or it's 1%, I don't know. But we work through partners. And we've moved away from having partners as project partners to to having strategic partners. One, you identify who are your strategic partners. Identification of those strategic partners is very important, using certain criteria like, do you have the same vision? Are you working in the same space? Will you subscribe to the same, will you subscribe to the same procedures? All that is taken into account. And what did we do to move away from just project-based? I will talk about Caritas Moroto. They're one of our strategic partners. We've worked through them. We have tried to strengthen. It's both ways, because when you're in partnership, you actually benefit from what they have, and they benefit from what you have. Whether there's a project or no project, you keep collaborating with them, and they can reach you anytime, whether with any request, whether it's application for funding, whether it is a project issue. So what did we exactly do with Caritas Moroto? Maybe she might talk better than I do, but over time, we have built systems together with them, right from meal to finance, and also seconded, for example, seconded as staff, SRS seconded staff to sit with their partner as we provide that mentorship and accompaniment. That's one of the things we did with Caritas Toronto. We are working with them so that they become the first responders. And there's a specific project that we are doing with them called All Right. And that project is ensuring that they have all the systems in place. They can respond within 72 hours. So there are many, it's a full project that we are doing with them. Whether we have other projects or not, they remain our strategic partners. And also making sure that with limited funding, the capacity strengthening activities, you integrate them into the existing projects, so that when you don't have the funds, you're actually doing institutional capacity strengthening within the projects that are available. So those are some of the things that we are doing with our partners and making sure that they are our strategic partners. Currently, for example, we don't have a direct project with Caritas Moroto, but we have so many activities in common and we do them together. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to come to you for your last comment and also recommendation. What do you recommend? Your last comment and the recommendation?
Okay. Recommendation in...
So I and your partners to improve.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, CRS, for this. And this is an interesting, I also like the fact that we're sitting next to each other because these guys want to see us at their level. So to our experience, sooner or later, there will be an international partner that will get in touch with you. And if you show them interest of improving, of scaling up, or strategizing and bringing systems, they will support you. Again, I want to go back to the first word I was talking about. I was talking about trust. And it is a two-way. We trust them because we know what they do with the funds they're requesting to support us, and they also trust us because they know what we're doing with their funds. So you have to work on trust, but also, and get there showing them interest to change. For Uganda, I think that getting funds today is not that easy. Uganda is not a country that attracts funds anymore. Karamoja more than the rest of Uganda, for sure. So there is a lot of competition, but we can only win it if we together with international partners, we want to strengthen and bring systems into our organizations. We still lack some steps there. Some other times you need funds. So it's not that immediate, but that is what I recommend. I also want to take this opportunity to request to the international organizations. You know, there is something that we are trying to do at Caritas, and we are trying to become not only project funded organization, but also have a, let's say, not independent, but have different incomes for us to support. You see, when I receive a request from Francis and from Gladys, who are telling me, you know what, can we support more than the 200 people that we have budgeted? We can come in and support more. This is a challenge for us. So for the INGOs in the room, I request you to be open to support us with maybe some income generating for the organizations, because if you support us for that project, the funds end with that project. But if you support us for some income generating, you will keep supporting us for the rest of 5, 10, 20 years as much as the activities continue. So the word I want you to go with is trust, but also build our capacity through other activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. She's saying the word she wants to go with is trust. I want to come to Emily. Your recommendation, your last comment, and the recommendation to INGOs on how they can better strengthen the women rights organizations to transform.
Yes, thank you very much, Donna. I usually love talking about the incredible work we do other than focusing on challenges. When someone asks me about challenges, I feel offended. But because I know those challenges, we can turn them into opportunities. So from my own perspective, these are some of the recommendations that can go to the INGOs. One is to simplify for us the rigid due diligence processes, which there's already some progress. I'm happy that CARE is working on the QAM Plus, and we are looking forward to adopting that system. Women, we are glad that we already have this system in place. Initially, the due diligence processes were too rigid. They weren't tailored to suit our different needs and interests. So that is my recommendation. And the second recommendation is about building strong alliances with women-led organizations. We already have existing alliances. We talked about the Feminist Humanitarian Network. We talked about there are different networks that support women, and I know many of you are benefiting through those networks. But my call to action to the INGOs is to strengthen it, build more alliances, and I want to, in a special way, appreciate FHN, Feminist Humanitarian Network. Topista, SEPAD is hosting the national network in Uganda. May you please stand up for recognition, and I'll share with you the experience. I know there are beneficiaries of, you can take your seat. I know there are many beneficiaries of the FHN here. I just want to make an assurance to this gathering that FHN looked at us as women, regardless of our qualification, regardless of our level of growth and development. They provided funding as startup kits to build capacity of institutions. They even gave funding to those who have never received any funding, by the way. Women, grassroots organizations, those who have never had funding, had the opportunity to receive funding regardless of those rigorous due diligence processes we went through, but they were still able to provide for us funding to enable us grow. These are the kind of spaces we want. These are the kind of networks we want to promote the growth and leadership of women in our country. And lastly, I want to talk about the INGOs working closely with our government to ensure that our localization strategy is highly supported, funded, that it is approved and implemented efficiently and smoothly, where all stakeholders are being held accountable. We all have different roles to play in that strategy, and we want to see all our different interests, our different interests being met in that strategy, so that we can collectively say, yes, there's power in strategy, there's strength in structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to come to Madam Lillian, give your recommendation to the women-led women rights organizations to improve, and your last comment. Thanks.
Thank you. I think let's do the work. I think let's do the work, honestly speaking. When we are given responsibilities, when we are given targets, when we are given programs, all of us as women, let's deliver so that we keep that relationship, you know. We are asking, how do we move away from being project-based to institutional relationships? I think results is one of the key things we need to have. When we have the results, and then we can get the trust from others. Also make MOUs with your partners. That is very important. Make sure you have diverse staffing. It brings a lot of advantages. And also systems. Have your systems in place. That is very important. Is as you intend to move into strategic partnerships, you need to have your systems in place. And also make sure you're in some of these national spaces, national technical working groups, where opportunities can be discussed. Let's get ourselves out there into those platforms so that we get the real information and where we can lobby for resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To Florence, your recommendation on how the women rights and women-led organizations can improve, and your last comment.
Thank you very much. I'll start with my parting shots to the fellow INGOs in the room. Then I go to the women-led organizations. To the fellow INGOs in the room, I think let's be deliberate about the grand bargain allocation for localization by extending funding towards the local partners so that they can implement. If we can action this for humanitarian and development response, at least to 25% of our total grant funding towards these responses, that would enable the local actors also strengthen in terms of their capacities and also decision making around financing for these responses. Then two is all together, local actors, INGOs and the donors who may be listening in, let's support systematized system for due diligence in this country so that we go away from duplication and also we go away from complex systems so we can enhance all our capacities on using systems or mechanisms like the Quam Plus such that we do not have duplicated processes. And then for the issue of transfer of power, still to the fellow INGOs and the donors, let's be more deliberate about this to ensure that we transfer power, but also we enhance governance of the local and national actors. Then to our local partners in the room, let's also take responsibility. Let's create the atmosphere for ourselves to be trusted. That is capacity, where we don't have it, we indicate and together we do capacity sharing and grow. Accountability, this goes to all of us. INGOs, donors, let's have mutual accountability. Let's not only ask our local actors to account to us, but let's also present to them what is on the table and enable them to also participate and get involved in some of these processes. They may not come overnight, but these are processes that we can gradually work towards as we enhance transparency in all our interactions in the development and humanitarian spheres. What I would like to say is that once we have all this in place, we shall be able to have scalable and sustainable models that will enhance humanitarian and development interventions in this country. I just have one quote, if you allow me to speak to it. There's this saying that says, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is one that is most adaptable to change." So let's adapt to change, then we shall survive. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together to applaud our panelists? I know it's already our lunch time. We have people online who would like to get some comments. Can we get the comments from online participants?
Okay. Somebody called the Ibrahim Kindicha. His comment is about ensuring women, especially local women, are in leadership, boards, and program design by also avoiding top-down or donor-driven agendas. He also talked about prioritize lived experiences of assumption. Then someone is thanking the panel and also Emily for pointing out FHN strategies in shifting growth and development for women-led initiatives and organizations at the grassroots. Someone is also asking about providing names of alliances that they can join, especially for women-led organizations. Then to message Juliet, can some of the networks be shared hereafter for them to subscribe or join them? That is someone online. Then Fred from IFRID is thanking the panel for being on spot. Evelyn from Amani, she's also thanking the panel for the insights provided. Another one is in French. Sorry, I'm a Ugandan who speaks local dialect. I'm not able to read that. Then Jacqueline Lama from West Nile, glad to be part of the discussion. Yeah, that's all from the online people.
Thank you, online participants. Thank you for your comments. And in terms of, in response to the request, I think you'll be able to get the names of the different networks online. And then you will also get how to subscribe. We'll give you that feedback. Usually, when we have panel discussion, we have a time for reflection for the audience to give comments or ask questions. However, in the interest of time, I would like to end the discussion here so that we don't get so much into our lunch time. If you have any specific question to any of the panelists, please, we're around. Don't feel afraid to ask them or approach them, or in the subsequent program, you'll be able to give your reflections. Is that okay? Thank you very much for listening and participating actively. Thank you very much, our panelists, for the insights and experiences you have shared. You may take your seats. I hand over to our MC.
Chatter for Change.
Sorry, we are going to have a photo.
Chatter for Change. Chair, is it possible you join them, please? Please wait for our chair. Otherwise, let's continue giving them chatter for change. Chatter for change. Women, chatter for change. All right, it's not easy to sit on that panel, but yeah, well done. I personally, I fear it. I don't know about others. Sometimes I feel like down there something is boiling, but we have brave women before us who sit on that panel every day. So we give them the last chatter for change. Chatter for change. And to my mentor who has moderated the panel. Chatter for change. Thank you so much, Madam Donna. Yeah, so the next time you want to also be part of the photo, you also sit on the panel, answer some questions, and you'll definitely qualify for that photo. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is ready. So I hope the person who gave us a morning prayer also prayed for the meals, that we do not have to do that again. However, I do understand our meals are ready. Our meals are ready, and I think the coordinator is getting us our coupons, and then we head there. But we shall be coming back at 2:30 to continue with another kind of, is it okay? Yeah, after lunch actually is where we have more exciting things on our program. We have a video from the first lady who graduated in Uganda. You guys, during that time, I don't know. I don't want even to imagine what she must have gone through. But we have a presentation from the family. Unfortunately, she's no longer with us. But the family is here, and we as we are making a statement that women are architects of sustainable change, we also appreciate the first women who stood in the gap, and right now we're enjoying some of the advocacy that they went through. Catherine is educated because a woman first took that step. Today I'm in this space, is watching me move around like a headless chicken, making sure that the summit is in good shape, but it was because we had the women who came earlier on that actually gave us the space we are in now. So we do appreciate and acknowledge that the advocacy we're enjoying is because of the first women that took that first step. And we have quite many. And our own, the late Sarah Nturo, is a role model to the women, especially the academias. And quite a number of us. I think the first time I read about her, I was like, yes, these are the people we need. That amidst a swimming pool that has crocodiles, snakes, and everything, there was that one woman who said, regardless of what is in there, I'm diving in and I'm coming out strong. So we do appreciate the women that take that one step and liberate us, as I should call it, to the spaces we are in now. Sometimes when I'm speaking, people ask me, but Kathy, how old are you? You people, I'm very young, but someone is laughing at me because I'm saying I'm very young. Truth be told, I had never thought of standing before great men and women like I am today, but because of few people who took that step, now we have the Chatter for Change, and now Kathy is moving around. Yes. All right, so that was just an insight of the advocacy that many of us are enjoying. So even in the absentia, even when they're not here, let's give a round of applause to the women that take that first step, because those women are in this room, okay? So Chatter for Change. So those ones who are not clapping, they're not the women who want to pioneer things, but please, our lunch is ready. Just down there on my left, there's a restaurant, and That's where we're going to have our meals from. I hope each one of us has a coupon. But if you don't have, you can come and please take mine. I'm volunteering. Me, I'm taking the first step, as those women who are sacrificing for us to be in the space. I'm beginning with my lunch. All right, otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we can move to the restaurant. They are waiting for us to serve us. But please, on our return, we're coming back at 2:30 exactly. We have programs you don't want to, walk away from. We're going to have that presentation, but then we're going to have another panel. But this one is intentional. Now we've heard from the local voices. We're going to hear from the donor space. Please, please, women, please. In my culture, we kneel, but if you can see me spiritually, I'm kneeling. Please, do not walk out of that room. I mean, walk away from this place and not come back for the afternoon session. We designed it this way because the great people are coming in the afternoon, okay? So as you're eating, please also maximize, you know us when we, but don't worry, Kathy will entertain you and give you, but please, you ignore Kathy's words and we please go for lunch. Yes, our things are safe. We're going to close the room, but also we're going to leave someone to monitor them so they are very safe. Plus, we have so many cameras, don't worry. And they are prepared for the Women's Summit. They know how. Please, our lunch is ready in the restaurant down. That is when we are coming back, please. So as we are networking, let's keep in mind that 2:30 we are back here.
From the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root. And from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I
work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abonkwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chibuli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative, SACCO, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today. An annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible, the numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity-strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden, responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chigoli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative, SACO, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today: an annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible. The numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity-strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden: responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. Women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chiboli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Abompwan Development Initiative Circle, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today. An annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible, the numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity-strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden, responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chigoli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative Circle, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Buzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today: an annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible. The numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden: responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. Women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Noshito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chibuli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative Circle, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Buzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today. An annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible, the numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden, responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chiboli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative, SACO, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today: an annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible. The numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity-strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden: responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. Women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chiboli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Abompwan Development Initiative, SACO, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today. An annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition, and a symbol of women's leadership across the triple nexus. The impact is visible, the numbers tell a powerful story. In 2020, only 10 women were actively represented in humanitarian leadership spaces. Today, over 100 women leaders are shaping humanitarian development and peace work across Uganda. Women are no longer on the margins of the system. They are inside it, strengthening it, leading it across regions. Women have stepped forward. Kathy in southwest Uganda, Emily in West Nile, Joyce, Naomi, Juliet, Claire, Alam, and many others, taking up leadership roles, influencing policy, driving localized responses. Women-led organizations now access capacity strengthening tools, decision-making spaces, and dedicated funding. Initiatives such as the STEP project, the 26 women-led organizations supported through the FHN, partnerships with UN Women and WPHF, and regional efforts like the Horn of Africa Strategic Initiative. Yet, the journey is not without challenges. Women leaders continue to navigate persistent gaps, limited resources for institutional growth, weak succession and legacy planning, the weight of strategic leadership in under-resourced systems, and in times of humanitarian reset and recurring crisis, women carry a triple work burden, responding to shocks, sustaining organizations, and holding communities together. But even in these gaps, opportunities rise. Strong feminist networks continue to grow. women's movements are expanding across the country. Collective leadership is deepening, and solidarity is becoming strength. As one woman leader reminds us, when women lead locally, the system becomes more humane. Another affirms, this is not just about participation, it is about power, voice, and influence. And together they say, our leadership is not a trend, it is the future. From 10 women to over 100, from exclusion to influence, from local action to national impact. This is the journey of women in the HDP Nexus. This is the commitment of the Charter for Change Uganda. And this is only the beginning. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership.
My name is Dujaru Emily. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education, and improving livelihoods of the young people.
My name is Sharon Nashito. I am a youth woman leader. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those at risk of getting HIV, amplifying sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. As a woman leader, I stand for women leadership and the protection of adolescent girls and young women's rights.
I am Namugera Joelia, the Executive Director of Abompwan Uganda. We are a community-based organization based in Masaka City, and we also operate in Chigoli areas. Part of our core thematic areas, we have livelihoods, where we empower women into a savings group, which we have called our Uganda Development Initiative Circle, and these women save every week. This has helped them clear school fees, see them set up businesses, and this has financially empowered all of them.
My name is Betty Ruzu. I work with Upendo Baraka as Executive Director and also the founding member of the organization. We are a women-led organization operating in Arua District, Arua City, and also Terego District. Our focus mainly is on women and girls with disabilities, but we also extend our services to the children with disabilities through education and stay back at school.
This is the story of women. Women shaping humanitarian development and peace outcomes in Uganda. It began with a decisive step, earmarking top leadership positions within C4C Uganda for women. A declaration that leadership is not given. It is claimed, nurtured, and sustained. From there, the journey expanded, strengthening women-led organizations, building institutional capacity, and opening doors to decision-making spaces once out of reach. In 2022, history was made. The first Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit was launched, a national platform dedicated to recognizing, connecting, and amplifying women leaders. The response was clear, the momentum undeniable. In 2023, the vision evolved. The summit transitioned from Women in Humanitarian Leadership to the Women in Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus Summit, reflecting the interconnected realities women lead within. From that moment, the summit became what it remains today, an annual national convening, a space for learning, influence, and recognition.
I want to say, if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. What is making you happy? Food or the one seated next to you? Please, let's say nice things to our fellow women. Give all the compliments you can. I love compliments. When someone say you look good, it gives you a lot of encouragement. When something is not well, just say, there is something I want to help you with. You look beautiful. Call yourself darlings. Call yourself the names that you cannot imagine. Because many times, very few people give us those names. Say, my sweetheart, you look so well. It's so encouraging. It gives you a lot of morale. It removes all the heavy load that you are carrying. So I'm inviting my sister, my lovely sister, Donna, my beautiful, lovely sister, Donna. Please, you're most welcome.
Okay. Grasa Marco said, women are the backbone of our communities, yet they remain at the margins of financing. This must change. That's just a quote from Grasa. We're going to be talking about financing and sustainability. But today's conversation is not just about financing. It's not just about money. It's about power, trust, and sustainability. Across humanitarian development and peace-building spaces, Women, especially roots, who are the first responders, and refugee women are leading responses, holding families together, rebuilding communities, often with the least access to long-term financing. But we still talk about localization. We still talk about strengthening women-led women rights organizations. Yet when women-led organizations remain underfunded, they are over-scrutinized when it comes to due diligence processes and locked into short-term cycles, project cycles that limit their impact in communities. Financing women's leadership is not charity. It is smart and strategic investment. As we discuss funding models, partnerships, and sustainability, let us challenge ourselves to move from commitments to actionable, flexible, and equitable financing that enables women-led organizations to lead with dignity and vision. This panel is a call to fund differently, partner differently, and trust women's leadership. Because when women lead sustainably, communities thrive. I am therefore honored to have being asked to moderate this high-level donor and partner engagement panel, and I look forward to a rich, honest, and forward-looking discussion this afternoon. To unpack this, I would like to introduce our partners, our panelists. I take the opportunity to invite Natasha Bitrak, Program Specialist, Women, Peace and Security from UN Women. Natasha, you're most welcome to take your seat. We have from refugee-led, women-led organizations network, we have Shukri Ali. She's the Monitoring, Evaluation, Accountability Learning Officer. Shukri, you're most welcome. Then we have from private sector. As you can see, this is a balanced panel. We have private sector represented by Centenary Bank. We have Birungi Karen, the acting manager, Women, Youth and Refugees. Karen, you're most welcome.
Charter for Change. It is Centenary Bank. Charter for Change. Hey, those ones have money.
Yeah, they have money. So after here, make sure you get their contacts so that you can continue with the conversation. So since morning, we had the keynote speech from Madame Pauline, and she mentioned a lot of things about women in Uganda, engagement in peace and security, and also Uganda being celebrated. Natasha, I would like to hear from you the perspective and experience of UN Women. First, I would like to know, what are your key priorities to strengthen women-led leadership in humanitarian development peace nexus, and how can donors support them effectively to be relevant in crisis times as women's rights and women-led organizations? Yeah. We're going to speak for 6 minutes each. Move close, let your microphone be a little bit close.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me okay. If not, I will speak very loudly. But so yeah, thank you very much for having us here today. It's a real honor and a privilege to be part of this important conversation. And yes, you heard from our country representative earlier this morning about a lot of the work that we're already doing in terms of women, peace and security, and the fact that we see localization as being a really core part of that. So to answer the question that you have put to me just now, so as UN Women, we're about to move into our new, what we call strategic note. So this is going to guide our operations over the next 5 years from 2026 to 2030. And so the key areas that we'll be focusing on in the next 5 years, the first area looks at dismantling some of the discriminatory norms and structures that exist that are prohibiting women's full and equal participation in all sectors. The second is around transformative governance, equitable access to justice and gender-responsive peace and security. And the third is around gender-responsive access to decent employment, resilient livelihoods and increasing household incomes. Now, the way that we do our programming is that we look at women's leadership in all aspects across the work that we do. So whether we're working on a program which is focused on peace and security, whether we're working on a program which is focused on humanitarian action, whether we're working on a program that's looking at governance, we're always looking at what the opportunities are to promote women's equal and meaningful participation and leadership in those spaces. As you can hear from the priorities that we have there, the humanitarian development peace nexus is a really central component to the work that we do. We recognize, and as was spoken about by Paulina this morning, that Uganda is really at the forefront when it comes to the women, peace and security agenda. But there's still, many more opportunities to strive forward in that regard. While Paulina cited statistics where we've seen some really encouraging increases in women's participation in all aspects of peace and security, what we're seeing is that that's unequally distributed at the moment. So while there's been great progress in regions, for example, where we and other partners have had operations, there are other areas where that's not yet the case. And so we hope to be able to expand the localization model and the implementation of women, peace and security into more districts across the country. We also, just across all of the work that we do, regardless of the sector, something that we that sort of sets us apart in a way from maybe some other UN organizations is that we do have quite an intentional focus on partnering with women-led and women rights organizations and other women-led community-based structures. So either directly or through the partners that we work with, any community that we're in, we will be working alongside a women-led or a women rights movement or organization. And that's something that we do very intentionally across our portfolio. So that will remain a key priority for us. Just in terms of the second part of the question about how donors can effectively support women-led and women rights organizations, I think Paulina, our country representative, touched on this morning, but we heed the calls for more flexible funding, unrestricted funding, moving away from the sort of projectization model, which we've unfortunately seen quite a lot of. And so we use our platforms as well to try to advocate for more unrestricted funding and also for the stability of multi-year funding. And I think when we talk about the HDP nexus, for example, that's also going to be incredibly critical. I think it's also a core part of the humanitarian reset. So specifically talking about the humanitarian situation, there's been a lot of conversation recently, and I know similar conversations will be happening at the Global Refugee Forum as we speak at the moment, really focusing on the need to promote the localization agenda and to try to channel more unrestricted funding, multi-year funding to grassroots. And from our perspective, making sure that that goes to women-led and women rights organizations is something of critical importance. So we remain committed throughout our next strategic note to continuing to work with partners such as those of you who are here today.
Thank you, Natasha. Just a rejoinder to that, you've talked about being intentional to fund women organizations, and you have talked about the humanitarian reset. but we also know that just the funding cuts exacerbated the problem of women-led organizations accessing funding. Do you have, as UN Women, some specific funding models for women-led organizations? Could you mention some of the examples of those models you're using?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So yes, so we have a number of different modalities whereby we engage with women-led and women rights organizations. Maybe one which I would mention specifically, because I think it would be quite relevant to a lot of the people in this room. We operate a fund called the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund. Now this is a global fund. It has a headquarters in Geneva, and it's a global partnership between the UN and civil society. And the idea behind the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, WPHF, is that it channels funding directly to grassroots women-led and women rights organizations who are operating within the HDP nexus. There's a number of different areas of focus within that, which include things like protection of women and girls and conflict prevention, but it also provides institutional strengthening and your institutional capacity support, because we know that, for example, a lot of the barriers to entry, particularly for more grassroots structures, is that they may not meet sort of the compliance requirements, the due diligence that was referenced before, for some of the other funding partners. So with the WPHF, we pair the project funding or the grant funding with targeted capacity strengthening for the organizations that we work with the idea being that after the 1 to 2 year grants that they hold with the fund, they're then in a better position also to access funds more directly from other sources. We currently have about 12 grants which are active. We're working with 12 grantees, but they cascade. Some of them are working in consortia, and I think that was sort of cited as a best practice earlier today as well. So we're currently active with the fund in 22 districts, and I think there's about 20-ish organizations that are being funded across the 12 active grants that we have at the moment. We don't currently have an active call for proposals for that, but the current granting round is due to end in the middle of next year, and we're actively mobilizing at the moment. We've got some positive conversations that are going on to hopefully have a new iteration of that fund starting in 2026. So I would encourage any women-led and women rights organizations to keep an eye out on our website, on our X, because that's also where we will be publishing that call for proposals. And just to say as well, as we go through the call for proposals process, the idea behind the WPHF is that we also work with organizations to help them through the call for proposals process as well. So definitely keep an eye out for that, but that's one example, maybe the main example in the HDP Nexus space that I can cite.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of opportunity, I hope you've heard. So you'll be looking out. I would like to come to Karen. The current humanitarian funding has dwindled, and we are increasingly looking to have partnerships and collaborations with the private sector. As Centenary Bank, what support do you have for women-led organizations to achieve financial sustainability and growth?
Thank you so much. I wanted to begin by sharing a few statistics, and for us to understand that women are no longer a special niche. They are part of everybody else, and it's very important that we fight for our space. Every time we feel that we are a special niche, that is why we sometimes get excluded. So globally, 77% of our women have bank accounts, and the interesting note about it is that is against 81%. The quick math is the variance is really small. It therefore means that women have done very well. When it comes to the Global South, we are trending at 73%. Even if we brought it home to look at how our grading stands in Uganda for school, between me and you ladies and gentlemen in this room, 73% is not a mean feat. In Uganda at home,
The recent statistics show us that about 68% of Ugandans have bank accounts. And when you look at the statistics we have in the financial space, including my own bank, again, women are doing very well. What is innate in these numbers? That the numbers clearly indicate that the women have done a great job at understanding how best to work with the financial institutions, including Centenary Bank. What can we be able to do better to support women-led institutions, organizations? The gender divide when it comes to financial inclusion is largely because of low awareness levels, information gaps, access to technology, and the balance between understanding how to fit into the stratagem of sustainability goals. So it's very important for all of us in this room to understand the synergies between SDG 5 and SDG 17, and that is why Central Bank in this room. As a leading player in the market, number 2 in terms of profitability, number 1 in terms of indigenous, microfinance, commercial player, it's very important to know what is that your bank can be able to support any woman at the grassroots level. How best have you been able to empower yourself with all the required information that the banks have in tandem with other critical employers, players and partners? What is trending? How have you been able to fight for that cake? The growth funds that are in financial institutions, how have you been able to come to this party? How are we digesting the information that we are sending out there to the masses? That is what we need to look at as we step out in this room. Through your moderator, I want to express my concern as a woman that I have been able to follow this space and watch all the women that come to the banking halls, including mine. The first question that they usually ask us is, where's the opening account desk? While the men ask, how can I get a loan? These are all gender issues that we look at and analyze on a daily basis at strategic level. And where I sit, it is sometimes challenging to always challenge the status quo in boardrooms where men are the majority. What is the homework for us? Let's get out of our comfort zone and challenge the status quo. Let's digest the numbers. Let's empower the women out there at grassroots level to demand as much as they can for every key actor in their spaces. From the local leaders to the partners that I represent, to the organizations, including NGOs that you represent, to ensure that we granulate the numbers into practical work. So as I conclude my humble submission, our action points as financial employers and actors is to narrow down the financial gaps as much as we can, to triangulate the information that sometimes, in quotes, is termed as bank jargon, to a language our woman out there at the bottom end of the revenue pyramid understands. To act as change agents by walking the pace. Every banker you see represents so many women behind them. Please walk to us and demand for answers. And lastly, moderator, I want to encourage all the women in the room that be empathetic to represent the voiceless woman out there who cannot be able to walk to Silver Springs. Share the information, but be the voice to the voiceless. If you know a certain Karen or a certain Martha who knows so much that our fellow woman does not know, be that change you wish to see in Uganda and the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I would just like to get back to you at that point. The women leaders are here, and I believe they are going back to those women who are voiceless. What products as Centenary Bank, what innovative products or services do you have available for refugee women and rural women?
Centenary Bank, as I sit here, I do not only actually represent Centenary Bank. The collaboration concept has changed, and I want to recognize the previous speakers. It is now time to call off unhealthy competition. So when it comes to the financial sectors where I represent, all of them have customized products and services. What is important for everybody in this room is to understand the different packages that every financial service provider has on their menu. Understand how every product speaks to the woman that you're representing. If it is the Grow project, get interested in understanding which banks have this money. If Centenary Bank is a key player, like we are, and you're coming from a refugee hosting district and your leader, can you be courteous to look at the numbers? Can you be able to ask the people that you represent to confirm whether they know what it takes to get access to the financial products in the bank? We have super women products specifically designed for women. And these products are segmented and tailored to speak to different segments of women. My dear female leaders in the house, kindly empower the women to ask the right questions when they come to the banking halls. It is no longer one size fits all approach. Banking is trust. We encourage that everybody builds a relationship with their banker to understand exactly what you need to consume from us. So to wrap up my submission on this concept through your moderator, I want to confirm that all banks have what it takes to serve all the women. The only difference with Centenary Bank is God has blessed us with the trust of all of you. We command the biggest bank population in this country. 25% of the banked masses in this country is all consolidated in Centenary Bank. And we want to thank you so much for your support. But amongst all these millions of customers banked with us, what kind of conversations do you have with your bankers? Is it just about opening up an account? Is it just about getting a loan? Or building a business relationship that should move you from step A to step C? Our doors are open to have like-minded discussions. You are all eligible to all bank products and services as women. We have what it takes to compete favorably. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. I would like to come to refugee-led women organizations network, REWON. You work with refugee-led women organizations. You are a network. How are you supporting the refugee-led women organizations to address the challenges of accessing funding, to be able to access funding and be sustainable in their operations? How is REWON addressing that challenge and enhancing their support to get sustainable support?
this one. Thank you very much. Since REWON is a network where we have around 30 refugee women organizations, we face challenges, and our other partners face challenges when it comes to accessing funds. But there is something I wanted to put here. Local actors. How many of you can easily get funds? Show of hands. Access funds. Well, I wouldn't want to talk about so much on the other challenges. We all know we almost have similar challenges, but I wanted it to be specific to refugee women groups. Before they access the funds, how do they even operate is where I will begin, because that is what is going to help us access the funds. We find that most of our organizations, English is not their first language. So when they look at those forms, it is very difficult for them to even understand the basic requirements. You know, there was someone had a question in French, and one of our Grapes of Hope, they speak French, refugee organization, they should have asked her. Because what I'm saying is we have different languages. Somali is our language, Sudanese is our language, Arabic is our language. So to even tell our networks that this is what is required takes time. And then when it comes to registration, refugee networks do not get the same registration, do not register easily like other organizations. Another person tells you this, there's no standardized. So those are the challenges we get with our RLOs to even register. They do good work, but even to get there is difficult. When it comes to banking, we are termed as high risk. So it is also difficult for our RLOs. As an individual, they can open an account. But as an organization, the requirements are a lot. So they keep moving here, there, we want this, we want that. And I'm happy Centenary is here. And there is a lady from Opportunity Bank. I hope today they will tell me we are going to easily open for our RLOs. Now, coming to funding itself. Sorry, what was the other question?
How is REWON supporting refugee women-led organizations to get support, like funding, to access funding? How is the network supporting?
Okay, now what we do is, because we are a network, we are trying to access funds as a network. Okay, we have so many organizations under us, others are in livelihood, others are in mental health. So depending on what we see, we write as a network so that we can easily fund each and every organization. It is not easy, but that's what we are trying to do. What I want to say is we are trusted by our community, but we are not trusted by the funding system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She has ended. What will be your recommendation in that regard? You are trusted by the community, and you have a very good practice, which is what has been spoken here, collaborative. So you're working as a network to enable those members to access funding. But now, what is your recommendation to address some of these issues you have mentioned to, one, the donors, two, to INGOs, and to government? What are your recommendations?
Okay, to the donors, we would want donors to directly fund us. I know it is not easy, but it's something that would help us. Because if they do that direct funding, One is we are going to retain most of our staff, we are going to strengthen our capacity, and our impact is huge because we are many. Then when it comes to the government, especially Office of the Prime Minister, we would wish that sometimes when they are issuing our RLOs, their refugee ID cards, we don't have to wait for vetting for them to be given their IDs. If somebody's ID has expired, they should just be able to easily walk in and get.
Okay, thank you. I would like issue in terms of access to banking services as refugees or refugee-led organizations. The requirements are too stringent for them.
I want to relate my response to what I had earlier on shared. And just to bring this home, financial inclusion actually looks at having all the marginal groups plus the unbanked masses, irrespective of ethnicity, gender, tribe, etc., to be part of the money market. What does that mean? That persons of concern are part of the niche that every financial player is looking at, including Centenary Bank. The role I do actually looks at refugees as a specific target group of persons to address banking-related challenges for them to enjoy a conducive banking environment like everybody else in this country. When I talk about information gaps, it is broad. I'll give you an example. In banking, what does high risk mean? High risk in the banking language refers to customers, transactions, or industries with a greater chance of financial loss, fraud, money laundering, or regulatory issues that may prompt financial institutions to deploy enhanced compliance to curb fraud, but to also ensure that we as financial institutions do not promote anything contrary to the regulatory environment, money from so many sources. Jurisdictions, anybody that is coming from anti-money laundering quoted countries with weak controls, and these are not determined by Centenary Bank or even any financial player. Anti-money laundering guidelines are globally shared to ensure that we live in a healthy environment. Behavior: if somebody has unusual large transactions, frequent cash dealings, forex, or inconsistent income patterns, some of those may be referred to as high-risk customers. This does not apply to nationality. So even a Ugandan who falls into those categories may be termed as high risk. What does this mean? That we need to have a lot of information on us and to have open mindsets as well. When we walk into banking halls, let's be a little bit interested in even reading what is in the banking halls of these financial institutions. When you walk into any banking hall, including mine, there are consumer protection guidelines. It's a requirement by Bank of Uganda. This is why Uganda globally is admired for a strong banking industry. Globally admired. For those of you that follow closely what happens in the banking space, Bank of Uganda has won many accolades as one of the best regulators in Africa. So when we ask for some of these documents, it is not that we are marginalizing anybody. We are actually trying so much to understand our customers better, to ensure that you get the best product, but to also be part of the financial inclusion matrix that I have been able to share. So even a Ugandan will be asked many of these questions if we do not understand the reasons as to why they are being asked. I want to conclude this discussion by encouraging all of us to understand that banking is like any other relationship. All of us have different kinds of relationships, be it intimate, platonic, family, business, religious, name it. And the first thing you want to understand always is how best can I be able to get a different way of managing everybody that I work with or I partner with. So when it comes to the bank, I want to conclude by encouraging all of us to build a relationship with your bankers. Banking is trust. Banking is trust. Have as many conversations as you can with your relationship managers. Understand that a banker, an accountant, a lawyer, a priest for spiritual growth are very pertinent people to promote sustainability for personal development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, and I hope that is clear. There's a lot of awareness creation needed, especially about required information on the banks, how they operate, and I think, Riwon, you have a lot of work to do to your members to understand those requirements. Now, I would like to take about a few hands for comments before we conclude this session. Comments or questions to the panel? Yes, Alvin?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Alvin Mutebi. I'm happy to be in this space. But mine is an observation that I've got on the side of funding for civil society organizations. Oftentimes, we've seen civil society organizations coming up to ask for resources. And you find that in the organization, you find that it's only the ED and maybe a few people like two who understand what maybe the call for proposal is all about. So you find that the rest of the guys who are going to do the work, they really don't know what exactly is going to happen. So it becomes a bit challenging for a donor to come up and fund such organizations. But also, what I wanted to also address to the refugee, organization is that I would love you people to interest yourselves on the FATF recommendations, especially FATF recommendation 8, which looks at how NGOs, we call them NPOs, how NPOs are regulated. You find that in Uganda, NGOs, we are no longer reporting, we are no longer accountable entities. So things to do with filing returns to FIA do not really comply to us. So the same applies to what banks are saying. You talked of high-end risk, high risk, and whatever. But you find that, yes, it is because of, they call it a risk assessment. So FIA should do a risk assessment, share it with you, the bank, and then you can see how you can relate with the refugee-led organization. Because we look at refugee-led organizations as high-risk organizations because of the conflict and everything that happens. So I think we should also look at that. But also, what I would also like to look at is how do we establish as NGOs? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. The NGOs that I've seen where the executive directors are as old as the NGOs themselves. That's the question that we ask. I happen to sit on an advisory board of a donor. But you find that when proposals come in, the organizations that, have, we call it capacity, you find that if you look at the structures of their establishment, you find that NGOs are established way back and the ED is still there. So what you mean that in the entire organization, you don't have any other person who has the capacity to run an organization. So that's where the problem comes from. So you're talking about shrinking space, you're talking about funding challenges, the money. Actually, we had a conversation during lunch, and I told people, the money is there. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of funding for CSOs. But the problem is, how do we establish ourselves as CSOs to look out for these fundings? As I speak now, I think, Natasha, you'll also concur with me. You guys are no longer interested in the traditional NGOs. You're looking out for NGOs that are grassroots, the localization kind of conversation that we are having right now, grassroots, but at the end of the day, partners or donors are more interested in sustainability. So how are we growing our sustainability at the end of the day? Are we going to be like 4 years, project has ended, and then you write back to us asking for the same money, So they are interested in how sustainable are we? How are we building capacities of other NGOs within the network? Are we forming these networks just for show off that we have maybe Charter for Change? Or we are forming these networks to build the capacities and to also grow internally to see that there is sustainability at the end of the day? I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
On that note, Alvin, could you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Alvin Mutebi Agenda Yarava. I work with an organization called Anti-Corruption Coalition Uganda. We fight corruption in the country, but for this purpose, I'm not representing ACU, so don't quote me. I'm here on the end of the Royal Danish Embassy to look at things like how CSOs run. The Charter for Change is an initiative that was brought to our attention some time back to see how best we can learn. I'm here for learning, by the way, to learn and see if there are opportunities that we can harness together. Recently, if you saw, the embassy had a call where it was calling for women-led organizations. I think that was last year. For some of you who saw it, women-led organizations. So such rooms and conversations here. I'm here for learning, and after learning, of course, I advise the embassy on development cooperation in Uganda, so I will take the information back, and then maybe when things come up, who knows, we will share. I have a colleague, Mate. We've been working together for quite a long time, though his organization is a member for Charter for Change. So the invite came to the embassy through him, and due to the fact that I've been looking at proposals for women organizations, I was asked to step in, come and see how things are going, and then advise when I get back. Thank you. I think I've introduced myself.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alvin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw another hand. Yes, Sharon?
Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Actually, I think the previous speaker has spoken what I wanted to say, but I can still compliment about what the question you asked our sister about the comment she can give to the donors. The thing is clear. Donors, you should give us the money. We are able to implement. We are youth-led women organizations. We are innovative. We are really capable of really maintaining these funds. We might be not so big like those big organizations which are having the capacities, they're having all the systems, but you can still give us the money as we learn. We can still learn on job as you really build our capacities. I really believe all of us here, we need this money. Yeah? Donors, please give us the money. Give us the money. We are really capable. And also I can say that big organizations that are having, I want to use a word like old people, I'm sorry, but please, let's change power. Yeah? Let's change power. Let's give young women to lead these organizations. They are capable of really being so innovative. We cannot keep on doing the same things over and over again. There are so many ways on how we can write proposals. We know very many young, talented partners that we can work with to make sure that we really implement from grassroots to make sure that we really sustain whatever we want to do in our projects. I submit.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Okay, I am Sharon Nachito. I work with YARU, an organization that works for young people living with HIV, young women, and youth and adolescents. We make sure that we work so much on SRHR, human rights, and bodily autonomy and integrity. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take 2 more hands in the interest of time, and if you have any other comments, you will submit online. Yeah, next.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Nibol Rachel. I work for Refugee Mental Health Network. We are a refugee-led, women-led organization that does mental health education, awareness, support, and advocacy for refugee communities, most especially women and young people that struggle with PTSD, depression, anxiety as a result of forced displacement, sexual violence, and gender-based violence. I have 2 questions, one to Natasha and then one to Alvin because of something that he said. But the first one to Natasha is about, she had mentioned that now they're looking at unrestricted funding and multi-year funding and also the localization agenda, which is something that we are very, very much interested in. But my question would be, with your experience so far with unrestricted funding, because it's something a lot of donors run away from because they assume there will be displacement of funds, people will misuse funds. What has that experience been, and what should grassroots organizations, what should they plan in order to sort of qualify for some of this support? And then also you had mentioned that usually you have calls for applications, but for a lot of people that are not in the UN system, I know there are certain requirements that people have to have in order to qualify for any funding that comes from a UN agency. So what are those things, and how can women-led RLOs or just grassroots organizations sort of prepare? What do they need? And then Alvin had mentioned something about organizations or embassies are now looking for sustainability. But for people that serve the community, that is not necessarily buying, because for us we do mental health. The people we serve are not necessarily going to pay us. What does sustainability look like for grassroots organizations? Is it our ability to have income generating activities? Because sometimes if you have income generating activities, there are donors that will come to you and say, people are not so sure because it looks like you're going to use their money for personal profits. So if you say sustainability, how do you define sustainability? What does sustainability mean? Is it the work that we've created in the community, or is it us being able to get, if for example we get 100,000 this year, next year we don't need it again. So that means, are we allowed to use that money to sort of have income generating activities, or how do you define sustainability would be my question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Monique Uwera, and once again, I work with Opportunity Bank and Opportunity International. I would like to amplify and thank my sister from Centenary Bank. You've done us well, and also take the opportunity to respond to the leader of the Women Refugee Network. That yes, how can we make it easy to work with you or make you bankable? Just amplifying her voice, we're looking at, you're talking about issues like language, like documentation and all that. As banks, we've moved from competition to actually working together. What we are looking at is we hire some of the refugees, the native speakers who speak your local languages, to work with us, help you help you to translate our documents, and even give you the services. Myself, I can speak over 6 languages. Besides the language, we also move on to train. We do not, because we're all coming from different backgrounds, you have the different way you've been working in your home country, you're meeting so many out here in Kampala or in whichever settlement you find yourself. So we train you to learn doing business in Uganda. We'll give you, for example, the micro-enterprise program so that your enterprise grows from just a small idea to become into a self-sufficient one, where any other bank can finally fund it, and then you can survive on your own without running for funds here and there. That is if they come. We also focus on linking you to other different partners. Yes, we also partner with local organizations. Like you said, you have the trust of the people you lead. And we have not maybe gained that trust that much. So we partner with you so that we can serve the people or the communities we are interested in, or the same communities that you serve, in a very comfortable manner. If they know we are partnering, let's say with Relon, with Yarid, with Soya for Somalis, it becomes very easy to know, okay, if Centenary Bank has come here or Opportunity Bank has come, all our people in this organization or in this neighborhood, in this community are going to get XYZ kind of services. We've not stopped there because we're also human beings just like any other. We know that if the way a Somali woman can fail is the same way my grandmother in the village back there can also fail, or maybe my mother who does not know English but speaks French. How do we support you? We also link you to other service providers like in government, URA, UNBS, or any other, or KCCA, and we push. We work with you the journey to make sure that you've gotten the certification that you need, you've gotten the necessary documents that you need, and we also tell you or help you understand how important to have this documentation. It is not just to expose you, but to help you get the services that you need. It's just like she said, it's just building a relationship. The way you work with banks, we're also human beings. So you build a relationship with us, and it becomes very easy that if you're the leader, you're not with your community anymore, your people have a sense of belonging to the institutions that you've left with them. I want to end by thanking everyone. You're doing a great job.
Maybe before we go up, there is Dan Church Aid wanted to give a comment. Maybe some of the comments can help answer some of the questions that the people up would want to.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I'm from Dan Church Aid. My name is Susan. Listening to everything and what has been transpiring, I can clearly see that we still, much as we have arrived here, we still need a lot of capacity building. There are a lot of things that we are still not there on. And as we talk about donors, we need to know that increasingly donors are getting very strict. Some of us who fund other people, partners that we fund, yes, we can get a partner who is very young and we are building them up. But the donor will not say, for every money that you've got, maybe this accountability has to be without supporting documents or whatever it is. You must have systems and structures in place. And that is what we should really get to know, that there is no shortcut about it. Because still, we have to make accountability to these donors. And increasingly, we need to take on our risk metrics. We need to have them. Risk assessment. If we don't have it in our organization, we should better start it. Because in everything that they're doing, they're now looking at the risk factors as well. So we need to be abreast with some of these things. Accountability is key and it must happen. Good reporting. So before you even run to a donor, make sure that your systems are good, your structure is good. And for some of us, if you call, we always help our partners. We train them. There's a lot of capacity building that we do. So just make sure you are there and you can be home and dry. You have to be smart in everything you're doing.
Yes, thank you so much, our panelists, for the presentation. My questions will go mainly to two. That is Natasha and, sorry, Karen from Centenary. Maybe before I proceed to ask the questions, by show of hands, how many women-led organizations in this house are currently or have previously been partnering with UN Women? Any hands? One, NUWOSO. How many are we here, Madame Julia? How many women-led organizations are currently in this house? You, earlier in the morning, you said there are about 100 in this house today. And out of 100, there is only one hand. I saw one. No. Did you raise your hand? You have worked with UN Women, partnered with UN Women. She was actually counting herself among the people. Okay, 2, maybe 2 out of 100. I just wanted to get the statistics. That we don't seem to see UN Women working with the women-led organizations. And clearly this house is telling us that there is only 2 out of 100 women-led organizations in this house that are partnering with UN Women. I think the message is very clear. For the past 5 years, CEPAD has applied to UN Women calls, and we have not succeeded. At one point, we partnered with CEFOD when Juliet was still with CEFOD. We have tried to write as consortium. We did earlier as a sole institution, but we have not succeeded. And so I keep asking myself, who is UN Women funding in this country? So for me, I think UN Women needs to go and revise their strategy of localization and working with women-led organizations and women rights organizations in Uganda. And we want to visibly see that UN Women is partnering or working through women-led organizations in the country. Natasha, thank you for taking up this point. And by the way, the application, the requirements are so heavy that even the local women may not be able to meet them. Some of the network women who saw this call, I saw it, the one of this year, and they said, can't we apply for this? I said, no, I'm not applying. I'm fed up. I'm tired. But for them, they could not proceed to apply because the requirement was too heavy. Why, if we want to work with women at the grassroots, why do we make the requirements so difficult that they cannot, apply? So again, we need to revise that so that we have more women benefiting from these funds. And the feedback usually is, sorry, we received so many applications and so we could not proceed with your application. But what is it that really in specific that we did not maybe write in our proposal so that the next time we make an attempt, we know how to present it better. So feedback needs to be given in a manner that it helps the women rights organizations to apply better. Centenary Bank, Karen. I only had one product. I'm a bit getting old, so my hearing is a bit impaired. Probably you said more than one, but I only had the Superwoman product as a bank. But I believe you have more than Superwoman as a product, which I thought would be very beneficial for the women-led organizations in this house so that they can position themselves to benefit from those products, or, as you emphasize, relay this information to the other women who may not access Silver Springs or other spaces or even their local banks to get this information. Now, I was also hoping that you will tell us about the corporate social responsibility. which we as local women here can benefit from. Centenary Bank, as you boasted about, is the leading local bank and something that makes the most money among the banking players, stakeholders. And from the corridors, I hear you make over 3 billion in profits in a year. Where does that money go? I thought you invest it in the corporate social responsibility. But if again I ask my colleagues in the house, how many of you have benefited from Centenary corporate social responsibility? Put your hands up. We submitted a proposal to Centenary in September. I was told it is at the women desk, and I believe you sit on that desk, Karen. Until now, all they want is you open the Superwoman account, open the account, bring all your, organization accounts to Centenary. We have accounts with Centenary, but for some reason we also have accounts with other banks. But what I keep constantly hearing is about us having accounts in Centenary and, that kind of thing. But they don't want to speak about the proposal we submitted. So Centenary, I think you just have a responsibility to the women, because from what I understand is that Centenary Bank came to be because of women who came together. You will correct me on that. So you should be deliberate about supporting women. I'm not sorry for taking long. Lastly, our guest of honor is not here, but I just want to join with my sister from Relon in crying about some of these requirements. Recently, OPM launched a new, how do they call it? Something system management tool. For you to get the MOU with OPM, trust me, for the last 3 months, we are still working on it. It is like you are writing a proposal to UN. That system. So just like Relon is crying, even us as locals, just imagine a local refugee-led women organization. We, among our network members, we have women who don't even have power. They have been given a computer, a laptop, an old one, maybe by UN or somebody, but they don't have power. So they have to take it to a charging point. It charges for 2 hours, and then they will get and use it. But imagine we who have power, we are sitting on this system for days, and we are not able to register and get an MOU. For me, the OPM new system is impossible. It is just another system to knock out actors. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much, Teopista. I think we close this round there. We'll give opportunity to our panelists, specifically Centenary Bank and Natasha, to respond. But key to C4C and us here, I think, is also taking on the responsibility of giving feedback to OPM about the new reporting system and registration system for MOU. That is very important for all of us to take on. Thank you. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you. So just to the first question about the experience of unrestricted funding. So yes, I think it's a conversation which is happening particularly in the context of the humanitarian reset. I think that there are more conversations. I've been in spaces recently where even the traditional donors have been reflecting on their approach to unrestricted funding. These things will take time. Of course, it's not going to happen overnight, but it is something that we're also pushing for. But in terms of developing trust, I think it's also something which has come up a number of times today. It's being able to document what you as an organization have already done, the capacities that you've had, the funds that you've managed, how you've managed those funds, what you've used them for, etc. having that documentation helps to develop the trust then with, and being able to articulate that in a proposal, for example, helps to develop the trust and show the track record. I think this was touched on very well this morning by our colleague from Finchurch Aid. It really comes back to documentation, to evidence, and also, as our sister here from Dan Church Aid mentioned as well, being able to provide the accountabilities of where you've managed funds in the past, even if it's only a small amount of funding. If you're able to show, you know, this is how we've managed it, then that sort of leads the way to develop trust and to potentially open the door to larger sums of money. That's the same for us as well as UN agencies. You know, it's when we're developing relationships with different member states, for example, often it's that we would start receiving a smaller amount of money, and then once that development of trust has happened, that's where the funds then become a little bit larger and perhaps more unrestricted. So I would say, yeah, going back to the point of documentation and just being able to sort of show the track record that you have. In terms of requirements for UN funding, so I think when we talk about, I mentioned the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, which is specifically a fund destined for grassroots civil society organizations. When we launched that call for proposals, there is quite a lot of information which is provided alongside those calls, which would give some indications of the types of, basically what the process is, what kind of documentation we would need as part of the due diligence process, etc. But I also wanted to flag that more broadly for accessing UN funding and more broadly donor funding as well. We've recently launched not just UN Women, this is the International Humanitarian NGO Network, HINGO, and the UN Family. We've launched a series of capacity strengthening workshops, I suppose, which are specifically targeted to community-based organizations. The first round of that took place in Gulu a couple of weeks ago, and then going into 2026, there's going to be other ones, I believe, in Moroto, Arua, I want to say Changali, it's definitely one settlement, I would need to confirm, and then Kampala and Mbarara, I believe it is. And the idea of that is that it's essentially 3 days where organizations from the UN and from HINGO present on a number of different processes and procedures, things like what is expected in terms of financial management, what's expected in terms of policies on prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, things like navigating the UN partner portal, etc. So this is coming as part, again, of the conversation around the humanitarian reset, where there's more of a focus also on localization, and that's something that we very much support. So if organizations are interested in being involved in that, then I can give you I can give you my details and put you in touch with the coordinators of that program. From the colleague who raised some important points around feedback from calls for proposals, we understand, and I completely take the point. Thank you very much for the feedback that's provided to us. We will do what we can. We've heard the calls for greater provision of feedback. I think it's not just UN Women, but I think we hear this across the UN system and others as well. So we will certainly see what we can do to provide more comprehensive feedback in response to calls for proposals. I would say as well that the access to calls for proposals, please don't be discouraged. We are working with, as UN Women Uganda, we're working with a large number of organizations within the capacity that we have. We are not the largest UN organization in Uganda. We're not UNHCR, we're not UNICEF. We are much smaller, but we are doing what we can to either partner directly with or working through other partners to work with women-led and women rights organizations. As I say, the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, I keep coming back to that, but that's because it's specifically targeted at smaller organizations, grassroots civil society organizations. Some of the barriers to access for that are perhaps a little less extensive than, for example, for the UN Trust Fund on Ending Violence, which there was a global call recently. And that's partly because of the sums of money that are involved, and that was a call for proposals that came from the HQ level, whereas for WPHF we manage it at the Uganda level. So I would, say please don't be discouraged. We are working with organisations across the board, but we do also really appreciate the feedback. Our door is open, and so please continue to provide that feedback. And we take note, and we'll do our best to provide more feedback in response to call for proposals as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Let me come to Karen. Could you respond to the concerns that were raised, specifically related to the products that you have a centenary that these women can actually take back to the grassroots women, and also your corporate social responsibility?
Thank you very much. I listened attentively, and I want to thank the participants that have been able to share questions. But before I get into the questions, one of us asked a question that was related to sustainability, and I quickly just wanted to, in a nutshell, address this. So sustainability basically looks at caring for the current in the future. So it's very important for us to understand how the 3P model works: people, planet, and profits, and whether we are contributing all we can to ensure that Mother Earth, which we enjoy every day, is here with us for the next so many generations when we are gone. So issues to do with ethical banking practices are very, very pertinent to all bankers. Issues to do with social integration of indices that speak to corporate governance, climate change, environmental management, etc. are very important to ensure that we have a conducive environment that can be able to benefit those of us present today in the future generations when we are away. When I go back to my sister that asked a question about what Centenary Bank and other banks offer, I again want to reaffirm my earlier commitment and submission that all women in this house, including those that you're representing, are eligible to all bank products and services. What you probably need to do, and what I want to mention again, is that it's very important that you understand the benefits, the requirements, and all that the banks write or ask for every product that we offer out to the market. I also mentioned that it's very important to understand that these products are many times segmented, which is why you need to first of all have a relationship, share with the banker what exactly you're looking out for, and demand for a customer-driven approach. When it comes to the women, all the business loans that we have are open and available for every woman out there, including those in this room. When it comes to the specific products, I only singled out Superwoman because it's the only product that we actually have a woman kind of diction tagged for genderless investment. When it comes to account opening, the savings account that Centenary Bank has can be opened with an opening deposit of 10,000 Ugandan shillings, an equivalent of around $2.81. Open to every man and woman out there that wants to open up a bank account. When it comes to loans, the first and cheapest loan that we offer is again at 100,000 Ugandan shillings in Centenary Bank. This is about $28. Typical microfinance. When it comes to the persons of concern, where my sister comes from, this account does not even attract an opening deposit. Why? Because we appreciate that many of our brothers and sisters in that niche or category are looking for access to the financial space. What we always encourage is that they deposit a certain amount of money for them to at least get
access to a debit Visa card for them to transact. And this is the same that we offer to every walk-in customer. We are so careful as bankers at promoting equity. Why? When you look at sustainable goals, all of them are interlinked. Where a man succeeds, a woman thrives. Where a woman succeeds, men thrive. So it's very important for us to appreciate that as key stakeholders and leaders, the issues to do with gender equity are very critical at financial inclusion. We need the men to grow at personal and institutional level. And I'm again a gender focal person of the Gender Equity Cell, which UNDP promotes in the bank. One of the things and pillars or dimensions that we are supposed to look at, especially from the gender lens perspective, is creating equitable opportunities for all people. And as I earlier mentioned, I reminded all of us that sustainability looks at 3 P's. People, they did not say particular sex. People. Planet. Eco-friendly solutions, green financing, renewable energy, solar financing, name it. Very important. And lastly, profits. 2% of our annual profits is churned back to the markets that we serve. It is no longer corporate social responsibility. We are doing corporate social investment. Corporate social investment in alignment with sustainability. What are key areas of focus? Financial literacy. Number 1. What I encourage all ladies in this room is to get interested in where these activities are happening. If you cannot get direct funding or support for your organization, can you be strategic to at least promote bilateral, horizontal linkages to at least send beneficiaries or people within vicinity where you're operating from to attend these trainings? If Charter for Change has an activity that is funded by Centenary Bank, and you know very well that you have project beneficiaries in that area where Charter for Change has an activity, can you walk to our branch manager in any of those areas where you come from and ask them whether you can be able to send beneficiaries to that place to at least have the knowledge as a participant? As earlier on, as you all recall, I said it is no longer competition, it is collaborations. Environmental management is again our key focus. We are doing so much under environmental stewardship for sustainability. We always encourage partners, including all of those NGOs or any key actors where we operate from, to join us when we are actually planting trees. Why? Because we want them to grow. It's not just about growing trees. So it is your right actually to come and be part of these activities if they're within your areas. Proposals. Very important question. We have the biggest bank population. How many of those have been able to enjoy the journey that Centenary Bank has worked for the last 42 years? It is not boasting. The earlier speakers in the morning presentations clearly said and encouraged all of us that all of us in this room should be able to look at evidence-based stories and presentations. 25% are banked with one big player. And it is not just a matter of statistics. You want to ask yourself, what is that you need to do different to ensure that the people you lead are amongst the 25%? What is that should go beyond just opening up an account? What is that you stand for as an institution? What is the number one driving element to promote entrepreneurship? What are the factors of production to promote economic growth and development? Access to capital. And I am here to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the lowest loan amount in Centennial Bank is $28, 100,000 shillings. It may sound small to you and I who can afford it. It is a lot of money to our fellow women out there that cannot even go to the banking hall to open up an account. Not that they cannot afford, but they are probably not aware of it. Or they're even shy to ask if the banker in front of them can give them a loan as cheap as that. Many are shy. Others do not have the opportunity you and I have.
Excuse me, Karen.
Yes.
Maybe you can summarize.
So, moderator, I am walking away with an action point. What I earlier on said is very evident in this room. If the leaders still have questions about the products and services that bankers, including Centenary, offer, we need to do more. Kindly walk to our desks. Let's have conversations to narrow down the digital divide, to narrow down the financial inclusion gaps. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. I think it was elaborate. I would like to request Flora in 1 minute to respond to this question on sustainability. What does it look like for grassroots organizations? Flora, could you kindly respond to that question in a minute?
Yeah, thank you very much, Donna. I will just pace through them very fast because these are things most of us highlighted today morning. And one of them, and very pertinent, is that define your organizational path. Where do you want to see yourself, not just in the 5-year strategy, but even in the 20 years to come? What would you want to be defined as? 2, diversify your funding. Most of the grassroots NGOs survive on one donor stream. But how do we now aggressively diversify our funding and move away from one single donor and then build strong financial management systems? You may ask yourself why a donor gives you money today and tomorrow you respond to a call and they don't get back to you again. Maybe there's something they doubted. Either your financial systems, actually financial systems is where we usually have a lot of battles. We ask for reports, nowhere. We ask for accountabilities, nowhere. They tell you, but you go there, you will see, they will tell you I was here. That alone does not, you were there, but I need an accountability to put on file and show that you actually worked. Because also me, as probably an INGO or UN Women, there's where I'm getting that money and that person cannot come to the ground and they need me to provide accountability. It's not me asking for accountability, but also someone behind. For example, if it's American money, do you want the Americans to come for my throat? Give me the accountability. Go build strong financial management and governance systems and governance structures. Build capacity development in leadership program management, M&E, compliance systems. Have them in place, have them strong, have them trusted, have them reliable. Then design interventions that are community driven. If you're a grassroots organization, what is your community demanding for? It's not about what is your passion, but what is my passion driving within this community. Build partnerships, build collaborations, build networks, then operational efficiency. Then align implementation with national goals. You're not operating in isolation. You're not operating as just an organization. Your organization should complement national development efforts. What is your organization aligning with? Demonstrate long-term value, measure impact, adapt to the changing demands of the world. Where is now the money being invested? Environmental sustainability. What measures are you putting there? How are you trying to make it a cross-cutting issue? And how are you popularizing your efforts in there? If we are talking peace and you want money from UN Women, what are your peace initiatives speaking to? Are they speaking to their strategy? You might need money, but that money, they also have demands to meet, they have targets to meet, and your proposals or your initiatives have got to meet their strategy in between. Thank you very much. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you.
But quite a number of things have to be looked into, and these are just a few points.
Thank you very much, and I think important also to add on to that, Susan did say that you must have risk matrix as an organization. It is a good practice that all of us should carry on. I would like to now round up the discussion. Natasha, do you have a final word to say?
I would just say thank you very much to everyone who's in the room today. I think, you know, we've seen that the real power of grassroots, women-led and women rights organizations and the work that you're able to do at community level. So I really applaud the initiative of the Charter for Change for convening the summit here today. The funding environment is challenging. It's challenging for us as well. But I think that it will also open up new opportunities to explore new partnerships and new ways of working, which hopefully means that as we move into the future, we will be able to find a sustainable new normal. So I would just encourage everyone, thank you for being here, and encourage everyone to keep the hope alive.
Thank you, Natasha. Shukri, in a minute.
I would like to use the words of Charter for Change. We are findable, and I hope we shall be fundable. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, your last words.
This is our time as women. There's no more time left for us. Be that change you wish to see. Access to capital is one of the key components of economic growth and development. Let's have the discussions ongoing.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that time and for sharing your insights on this important topic on funding and sustainability. Kindly join me to appreciate the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. And Charter for Change for our moderator. Charter for Change. Someone wants to join the photo. We also ask questions. Okay, okay.
Charter for Change. It's not easy to sit on that panel. So, otherwise, thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you for not running away. Others were running away like me, but thank God we have the strong women to always represent us. And for those of us whose questions have not been answered, please, the ladies are still with us in the room. Please walk to the lady from UN Women and have a conversation. Centenary Bank as well, Opportunity Bank, all of us, we are available for such conversations. Now, I want to take a moment and like I mentioned, we recognize and also appreciate the women that came before us, stood in spaces, fought for what we are actually enjoying now. I usually call it advocacy. And one of the things I appreciate about advocacy, since I'm serving as the advocacy and influencing officer of award, is our results are a long term. Unfortunately, Kathy might not see it, but her grandchildren might see it. Are we together? But nevertheless, we do appreciate the women that took that step, took that decision, and right now, Catherine is enjoying such a space, including the woman seated in your chair. I mean, after all, who knew that one time we could have a women's summit in Uganda? Was it possible back then? I highly doubt. But it is now possible because of a few women that took the step. So in this very moment, allow me request the team to project, yes, a video.
Both my parents had been teachers, trained teachers.
Please first pause.
And
Thank you. Please rewind it. I have to give a proper introduction. This is our role model. God rest her soul. She dived into the space now that we are enjoying. I would like to take this opportunity to bring up. We have a representative from Sarah Nturo's family, but we do appreciate all her efforts. For some of us, we are in these spaces because one woman took the step and she was the first graduate in Uganda. The woman graduate in Uganda. I have a feeling she must have faced hurdles during that time, because being a woman at that time and you say something in a community that is looking down on women, probably it must have been impossible. But we applaud her and her legacy because of the steps she took, that right now many partners are looking at education of a girl child as something that is important, because after she got the degree, she did quite well for her community. So, ladies and gentlemen, please play our video and we listen in. Then after which, I'm going to invite her daughter, I think she's her daughter, to come on stage and also speak to us. We are blessed we have her here with us. But also, for those of us who want to read more, because knowledge is power, we have her books behind there, and feel free to buy yourself a copy. But also, if you answer the next question I'm going to ask, you can win yourself a copy. So keep alert. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the video. Thank you.
Both my parents had been teachers, trained teachers, and I admired them, so that I decided that I also was going to be an educator. And I have taught in secondary schools mostly, and I have worked as an administrator in tertiary institutions. And not only when I'm at home here, but even when I was in exile, I helped quite a number of people to get bursaries and scholarships to continue with their education. Because I felt that if people are educated, they have a chance, if they use that facility, to be able to live a good life and to influence others. Yes. And this morning, I was talking to a lady, or a lady came to see me, who I helped to get sewing machines to do her business. And because she started using these sewing machines, she has established herself as a businesswoman, not only doing tailoring work and teaching other people tailoring, especially women, but also she has a nursery school and a primary school. And one of her daughters is the head teacher in the primary school. So I felt very happy that something I did over 25 years ago to a woman I didn't know, but whom I visited, and she showed the capacity to do something, and we were able to help in the government. She has turned out to be an influence in her own society. Positive. I think it is positive. I think they have many opportunities if they're assisted on how to use them. They need guidance, and I think we have enough facilities to be able to do that, either formally in government institutions or in the private sector through non-government organizations and civil society organizations. A woman trying to make a career faces the challenge of making a choice, whether to stay at home and look after her children and bring them up, or to leave the children with someone who is not highly educated, highly motivated, so that she can go and follow her career. It's a real challenge. And some women choose to abandon their children to women we call yayas, and some of us, like me, we choose to miss some things so that we can bring up our children until the time they are able to go to school. Yes. It was a sacrifice, but I don't regret it. Well, I'm very glad to report that many modern men are willing to look after their children. But in the past, it was looked down upon. How can a woman go start looking after a child as if there is no mother, as if there's no grandmother? But now many women live like families in other parts of the world, and both of them take care of their children, as it used to happen in my family when my children were small. And also I'm glad to see that my children and my grandsons are also doing that. Many women are now aware of their human rights, but it is a very small fraction of these women. And we want to educate more people to make them aware. And we now have many other facilities which we didn't have when I was a child. There is the phone, the telephone, the mobile telephone. We have radio stations, not only in English, which is the national language, but also in the tribal languages. Also the written word. There's a lot being written, and let us face it, there is the internet. So there are many ways of women becoming aware of their human rights, getting examples from other societies, how other women have coped with these challenges of being women and being in employment.
Are you clapping or you're trying? I just want to understand. Okay, you're clapping. Please give me a big clap. All right. Allow me invite Madame Eden. Is that the name? Sorry, Enid. Madame Enid Chiza, Miss Enid Chiza, to the pulpit here to say one or two words. But please, ladies, don't go home without a copy. You want to continue being inspired? Someone did the work for us already. Okay, I'm seeing someone already showing me her book. I'm jealous, but it is okay. I thought you would say. Yes. And as she goes, let's give her chatter for change. Yeah, please, she's the one representing our icon. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm very honored to be here. My name is Enid Kiza, Mrs. I'm Sarah Ntiro's daughter. And I wish to thank C4C for remembering her and honoring her. Chatter for change. Please be serious. Chatter for change. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, Sarah passed on in 2018. She was 92 years old then. And she left when this book was not finished. So I had the challenge of actually finishing it. The last chapter in this book is written by me, and that was her instruction. So you can see what it takes for a legacy to be sustainable. You are talking about sustainability. We need this even in the families. Because if she had not instructed me, I think this manuscript, like many other women's manuscripts, would be lying somewhere unwritten. So I would encourage you, please, take a copy of this book. But who was Sarah? Maybe briefly. Most people know her as the first woman graduate in East and Central Africa. It's not Uganda. It is East and Central Africa, yes. She graduated from Oxford University in 1954. I wonder how many of you were around by then. 1954. And I will mention two major things which actually made people realize that she's around and she's a force to reckon with. The first one is she was initially admitted into Makerere to do a certificate course, a teacher certificate course. And she wanted to do mathematics. And at that time, girls were not being admitted for mathematics at Makerere. Can you imagine? So when she joined the class, the tutor refused to teach. So she tried to hang on, but I think the environment at Makerere then could not allow it. So she left the mathematics class and studied history. And as soon as she finished her teacher training course at Makerere, she went and taught briefly in Kibambe Girls' School. And the colonial government, having identified her as a bright student, sought a scholarship for her in Oxford University. And but she had to learn Latin. So while she was teaching at Kibambe, she went and started and asked the fathers at Virika to teach her
Latin, because it was a requirement to have at least 2 languages. And Runyoro, which was her language, did not count. They said, "What is that?" They said, "No, you have only 1 language, English." So within a short time, she learned Latin and passed and went to Oxford in 1954. Did her BA in history, came back. She was actually hired, before she even came back, she was hired to teach at Gayaza. So she went to Gayaza. When her first salary came, it was lower than that of men of similar education standards. So she refused the salary. She said, "I'm not going to accept a salary that is lower than that of men of a similar education standard." I think that is the thing that ignited her name, that even at that stage, at that time, she could stand up and refuse to be paid. She said, "I'm going to work for some months because I studied on a government scholarship, but after those months, I'm going to leave unless I get equal pay with men." And because of her standing up, teachers were the first profession in Uganda to get equal pay for women teachers and male teachers. At the same time, that's when they discovered that actually she was the only woman graduate in East Africa, because the colonial government could not give up so easily. They said, "Let's find out what is happening in other countries." So they checked the whole of East Africa and Central Africa, and Sarah Ntiro was the only woman graduate in the whole area, and that's how they found her. So Sarah did many things, but I think I needed to highlight those 2. Her refusal to accept less pay than other men of similar education standard. She did a lot of work teaching. She did human rights. She stood up for women. She promoted girl child education. And every year she's recognized by Makerere University as a pioneer. Sarah, in fact, when you are describing sustainability here, I was just smiling because Sarah did all those things and more with us, her own children, and with the community in which she lived. For example, like in my family, everybody pays school fees for children who do not belong in the family, because Sarah set the pace such a long time ago. We grew up seeing this, and that is what we do. We pay fees for disadvantaged children. Her book, if you read her book, I hope you read her book, because it's a very nice book. It's very down to earth. It does not include, the high sounding things, but what Sarah really was. I'll just pick a few phrases for you, which are reflected here right in the jacket of the book. This is Sarah speaking. "Do not worry. You do not need to speak English. It is the English women who should learn to speak Luganda. They are in our country."
Chatter for change.
"I, Sarah, will walk through the northern region and I'll collect those girls, just like the British missionaries collected my mother to go to school when she was living in a grass-thatched hut. I will collect all of them myself." Here she was lobbying for the establishment of Tororo Girls just before the colonialists left. They had put girls' schools in other regions, but left out the north and the east. So she was lobbying. "We win battles because when things are tough, there are people to lead from in front. And when victory occurs, there are people who, by walking beside us, keep us emboldened enough to carry on." And that is, this phrase is where the title of her book came from, emboldened. It means the people around her made her bold. That's why she could do that, the things she did. And the final one, finally, I have been vindicated. They kicked me out of the Makerere mathematics class, but now I have done it through my granddaughter, Kengavi. My daughter did a degree in maths, and she got a first class. So by that time, Sarah was about, I think, 80-something. She was so excited. I was wondering what the issue was. Then she said, you know, they threw me out of the maths class, but you see, somebody has done it for me. So that was Sarah. Back to your theme, I will make a few comments. I'm not from the humanitarian background, please forgive me. I worked in the central bank for about 28 years. Then I retired. I'm now retired. But I just wanted to make some comments. The first one is, whenever you are lumped with a vulnerable, and this is just caution for women, whenever you are lumped with a vulnerable, you sort of become powerless. You lose focus on excellence, and your appetite to compete with men reduces. I think we need to help our sisters. Whoever it is that you are leading, keep on encouraging them to compete just like human beings, to compete with men, to compete with the best, to be excellent, because that's what the world requires. And now I see that the donors are, the amount of funds flowing in has reduced. So NGOs are becoming like private sector companies. You have to compete to find funding, to find investors. So please, as you work with our sisters in the rural areas or even in the urban areas, let's not be complacent. Let's be competitive. Let's be the best that we can be, because that is the only way that we can survive and be sustainable. Yes, I've also been a bit disturbed by, I think, some of the processes that are termed as encouraging inclusiveness. For example, the women's program and the women's, call it what? This women's program for accessing finance. You know, all these side programs, somebody even there mentioned corporate social responsibility, which is a periphery of the mainstream. We need to gun to be in the mainstream, not on the side. If there is, yes, it is called grow. If there is grow, we want to see how grow fits into the banking sector. That grow is pushing men, women from the outside, from the periphery, to become customers of banks, bona fide customers of banks, not to remain on the side asking for the little drops or little breadcrumbs that remain when the men or other better off people have fed. My third area is on impact. Many of our programs, we are monitoring inputs. I don't know, you are the NGO people are very good at this. People are monitoring inputs instead of impact. What do I mean by this? Maybe I could explain. For example, let's take GROW, which is the example I have, but we could also even look at PDM and all the other programs. What are we doing? GROW should be taking people into formal banking, not keeping them on the side there in that small program. So we should be monitoring how many have moved from GROW into formal banking. That is change, that is transformation. Farms, is work being mechanized? Very important, because when you increase the acreage, it is the women who will bear the burden. If she has been going to the garden for 6 hours, now she will go for 8 or 9 because you want to increase the acreage. So is there mechanization? Are jobs being created? Because when jobs are created, paid jobs, then the men come in and do the heavy work too. Otherwise, they leave that work to the women. The other one is, are women getting good prices? If you have financed women to do certain things, do they have a contract? Are they sure of a good price? Or they are still selling at the farm gate and getting those very, very small prices that cannot transform their lives? So I think focusing on impact is so critical for women leaders like yourselves, rather than the short-term token things that we have been getting in many of the programs. The last one is appropriate products. And here I will take my sisters from the banks, because I know a bit of banking. My sisters from the banks, our banks are very lazy. Sorry, I'm now retired so I can say it. Why can't you develop products for your customers? Why must you take a product and squeeze it? If it is 6 months, then they tell you, now it is 9 months. This is now Superwoman. Sorry, I'm just using it as an example. Develop real products that solve the problems of our communities. One time I escorted a woman to, I will not say the bank, what the processes are like. So I think those are the things that I would. So what is it that you're talking about? Let me stop there. I see she wants to stop me. Thank you very much, and please support us, because we have started the Sarantiro Foundation, and all proceeds from this book will go to financing the foundation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you for also accepting our invitation to be part of such an engagement. A round of applause to Miss Chiza. Chatter for Change. Chatter for Change. Indeed, thank you so much. We do appreciate everything. Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing people who are not smiling, but as you can read on the program, there's some truth or dare. But allow me to skip that so that we can dig deep into our remarks. So, with your permission, of course, allow me invite our representative from World Vision. World Vision is one of our signatories. Is the representative from World Vision around?
We thank you, the presenters, all the presenters, and the moderator. As the discussion has been the whole morning, I'm not going to really repeat much, but on behalf of World Vision, we want to thank this opportunity and also to give us this platform, because as World Vision, this is, we are very intentional on driving this move of localization, and of which women leadership is the priority in all this. So World Vision in our commitments and in line with all what we have discussed today, I want to confirm to you that this is very much aligned to World Vision commitments into our strategy. We have just developed a 5-year strategy, 2026 to 2030, of which the cores that we have included there intentionally to make sure that the localization commitments have been made are: 1, indirect funding. We have set indicators in our strategy. Within the 5 years, we need to be intentional on direct funding. And what are we doing about that? As you could see, we have already started. We have shared some of the calls for proposals that go on, and we endeavor to also share with C4C Chair to make sure that whoever is on the platform, and especially attracting the local actors, is given an opportunity to apply. We also do through a non-competitive bidding, which is through consortiums. We have formed consortiums with members. And where we did a mapping across, and also in line with the survey that C4C did last year, we get the local actors from there. And we all still encourage you. That's why we would encourage you to always look into the call for proposal. In regards to partnership, World Vision also commits to promote partnerships where we are working and signing MOUs with local actors, CBOs, faith-based cultural institutions, private sectors, CBOs, financial institutions. We have worked with financial institutions, including Centenary Bank that was here. We have a sister NGO Vision Fund, Post Bank, Equity Bank, and all that. When I heard about issues of funding, I was very happy that in our strategy, we have not left out the team that in this room today. We also, among the commitments that World Vision has committed to also on capacity strengthening, where we have also set up indicators to track on how far are we with capacity strengthening. That has been a very core issue, and in this forum today, it's something that came up. And what I want to share partly is we need also to move from, as much as we are strengthening our capacities, but it has been also brought up very clear that the capacities are there with the local actors. We don't need to undermine that. Those capacities are there. When it comes to when we go on ground, the challenge that I would want to put forward that we need to address as we move, can we get off from project-based? Much of assessments we do as NGOs, when you do due diligence, when you do capacity assessments, you realize that the systems have been there, but in most cases they are for project. When this project ends with a donor, they'll tell you that it has not been multiplied to and other sectors. So if we do that, issues of capacity strengthening, that when we talk about policies in place, financial structures, if it is streamlined across the organization, that will be a very good opportunity to also lead to high chances of getting funding from INGOs. We have also, we talked about rigorous due diligence. And as the team is here, I know they have already talked about QAM and World Vision. We have also intentionally factored in how we are going to support the team within the regional office, where within the World Vision target areas, to disseminate the QAM Plus. As soon as it is, it's online, but as soon as it's launched, that will also be discussed. As for take home, on our side, is also, as much as we are going to improve on the due diligence, but the issue of rigorous steps, requirements, complex online systems that also affects the participation of local actors in this competitive bidding for funding is something that I'm going to take home, so that as World Vision, we are also able to check on our system, and together we are able to come up with something that has been workable, that can be workable. Allow me to invite the next, that is our commitment for this, and I hope that the team here will be able to take opportunity to get more interest. If you need to learn more about issues of funding when it comes to World Vision and our commitment, we are free to share. Reach out to our regional offices. We have representatives and we work in over 59 districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our representative from World Vision. Thank you once again. Let's give World Vision Charter for Change. You people, you're going to miss out on funding. The way I'm seeing it. You're not clapping harder. We have the donors in the space. All right, Charter for Change. All right, thank you so much. Just to start from where she ended, we do appreciate all our signatories to the Charter and our allies. Truth be told, it would have been harder without you. But when you look on the sides, are you seeing some very good posters up? So each poster has a region. So if you don't belong to a region, ask your coordinator, where is our region, okay? We have all the regions around. So please, I hope all the regions are represented. Otherwise, allow me invite our chair, to also give her remarks, but also to continue speaking to us as well. I think from now on she'll be the one leading the program. So I leave you in good hands. Thank you.
Charter for Change.
You people be serious. The chair is next to me. Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
Thank you very much, Empowered Kathy. I don't know why you call yourself Empowered Kathy. How did it start?
Chair, I realize there are so many Catherines in the world, but I just wanted to make a statement, like the way we are making a statement today, that beyond our vulnerability, women are architects of sustainable change. So when I looked around the room, there were so many Catherines, but I realized that to make a difference, I had to be empowered. So I made a change and said, from now on, if the other Cathys are not empowered, this one is empowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give opportunities for two women who have never spoken since morning. You can ask a question, you can speak, you can give us a testimony. Two. You have not spoken. If not, I'm walking to your table, because this is a free space. So I'm walking to the table, number last. Anything you want to tell us, even if how you don't know how to mingle or kwankal.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. You know, it is very humbling when you come into a space and you find empowered ladies, you find people who have a vision and they want to see a change. Joyce Nakato is my name. I lead the team at Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum, and I'm the co-chair of Girls Not Brides Uganda, which is a national partnership to end child marriages. My call to action: there is power in partnerships. When we work as a team, when we work together, the donors will reach out to us. But also when you're doing this good work, let us not leave the work in our laptops, in our notebooks. Let's show the world about our good work. So always use your social media pages and make sure that everything's out there. Everything that has happened today, we want to appreciate Charter for Change. Thank you for making us happy. Thank you for making us feel empowered as women, but also creating such spaces. And looking forward to more engagements. Wish you the best and looking forward to next year. Thank you.
I've learned that I am no longer a special need. I didn't know I was a special need. What have you learned?
Good evening, everyone. I am Fiona Acheng from Aleptang district. I lead an organization called CLASS. In full is Change Lead Agency Social Support. A lot has happened, a lot has been said, and learning, we know, never stops. About sustainability, I have a question, and I really needed to talk to about 2-3 people here. One is Natasha. I really need some little time with you. My request, please. So, okay. Thank you. So about sustainability, and as an organization, just one statement. I'm humbled to be here. This is my first time being in the Women's Summit. I'm looking forward to next year engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. What have you learned? For me, I've learned that I am not a special need.
Okay, thank you. I'm called Jezo Saron. I work with Kota, Uganda, based in Teregu district in Vepi refugee settlement. Mine is basically about, as she had spoken, sustainability, because we always underrate us, and what I've learned most is documentation. We do a lot, but we don't present it out there. We seem it's too small for us, and yet it's big. And I want to thank all of us, and I want to thank C4C for giving us the chance to revise our memory and to make us stand out in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have learned a lot, but I cannot all. What have you learned?
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, in this forum today. First of all, I'm very happy and honored to participate in this Women's Summit. This is my first time, and I'm really glad. One thing that I'm taking back home with me is that there is power in collective voicing. So when we come together as a team of ladies or women who are ready to change our communities, we speak the same thing, and then we are going to implement the same thing. For sure, we are going to change the lives of women and girls who are down there. They really depend on us. And if we are ready to change their lives, this is an opportunity. I'm really glad. Thank you so much. As I look forward to more participations in future.
Who believes that we are going to achieve gender equality? Okay. Why? Do you believe that we are going to achieve the gender equality? Tell us.
We are achieving the gender equality because there is no us without us. So platforms like this are giving us intentional inclusion. That means anything that concerns us, we are the decision makers. Many people mention that it starts right from the design, okay, of the proposals. We will just not be given money, but we will participate in getting the money. So we will be present, and in every design we will include our actions and strategies for achieving gender equality. Can I add one more? Not necessarily about gender equality. I do, of course, gender for World Vision. I do safeguarding and child protection. As many issues were coming up, I also learned that could we be aware that we can do our SARE assessments by ourselves in the UN platforms, such that when those calls for proposals come, we are ready, and all we need is to put together the existing documents. If we are not, this is an opportunity for us to go and do our self-assessment and just make it ready. Many other INGOs go looking for partners, local partners, because you are the key, the doors and the entry for sustainability. And in every proposal, they are asking, what is your sustainability plan? The first sustainability plan that is so beautifully written is working with a local, a CBO, an NGO that is national. So that comes when we are ready. Our capacity has been well written, and our risk assessments show that we are going to be the people that are going to protect the persons of concern. That means that every partner that is here should have a document explaining their safeguarding policy. It's key. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one, Betty. I wanted one lady to be sponsored. So I posted at midnight that if you're a lady, you're there, you want to attend a women's summit. I'm giving 5 minutes. It was at midnight. 5 minutes, if you respond, you're invited. How did you balance the night, the proposals? I don't know what was happening inside that house at that time. Can you tell us?
I have cough. I'm a late sleeper, so the message came timely anyhow. What I learned today is when women lead, peace follows. That stood out for me very strongly, and I'm going to take it on and on and on and practice that.
Okay, she wants to speak. Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
Well, I think I've learned gender equality is already here because of I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and my kids are at home. If I'm here the whole day, there should be an equality if the husband is at home. By the way, my name is Kisana Tiros. I'm the Eritrean community leader. I'm the CEO and founder of Peles Bubu organization. We have hit 100 million views last month. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we have projects, we train women, especially my interest is in AI and ICT, and I'm happy to be here. One thing I was asked to ask was for a pledge from the donors to make sure you help us. Thank you.
If you want an expert in computer, AI, whatever, she's here. Please give your, thank you very much. I'll just briefly give the closing remarks so that we can get going home. I can even stand here, not so? Anyway, yeah. So, colleagues, thank you very much. Ladies, the most thing that we have learned today, the most important one, is that when you're thinking that what you want to design or what you want to put in place or what you want to do, nobody has not yet done it. Please do it. Do you know why? Because that first lady to graduate, she did it without anybody has ever done it in the history of East Africa. Most time we think about ideas and we start looking left, right, back, center, and nobody is doing such kind of things. Nobody is thinking the way you're thinking. Are we together, ladies? And you back off because you're not seeing the environment, the communities. Maybe somebody has not yet done it. So what I have learned today, that thing in your mindset, let us do it. And we'll be the first person to what? To have such kind of the interventions that we are having. Let's not wait because this one, she's already in AI. Then I shift my mindset that, oh, this AI is interesting. So let us do such kind of things. So thank you very much for coming to the event, the Women's Summit. I'm not going to make a speech anymore because the speeches are enough, not so? So I'm just going to give you an announcement. Tomorrow we have the high-level dialogue on localization. You know, Charter for Change, we advocate for the localization. And I'm happy that we are receiving each day now World Vision. They have now a strategy, a guideline, a strategic plan on localization. Guys, this is an achievement for today. Meaning now I can hold her accountable because now you have a strategic plan and you said you're going to work with the communities, the local women. So that's a plus for us today. So just keep checking on World Vision. They have just launched it. They might be fairer. You know, when things have just been launched, be the first group to enter into the system so that you do what? So that you gain. So tomorrow let us come early. I hope today we have seen the testimony why this slogan was, the theme was very important. Women as architects beyond the vulnerability. Have you seen the vulnerability today? We came late because some of us were breastfeeding. We came late because some of us were still like, I don't know, yeah? We were also speaking slowly, not even following the time. That is the vulnerability, by the way, that we are talking about. Because now if you cannot keep the time, meaning even you cannot submit the proposals in time, meaning you cannot respond to your clients on time, meaning you cannot also do, that is the vulnerability that we are speaking about. Beyond the vulnerability, meaning we are dropping the vulnerability. Now we are stepping forward that if I'm supposed to come to Silver Spring at 8, if I have something to do in the next 3 hours, I'll wake up at 5 as a woman and do that thing and yet still meet the deadline of 8 to reach the Silver Spring. I attend the meeting and nobody would know that I have been washing clothes at 5. Nobody will know that maybe I've been preparing meals for the baby, walking around, sweeping maybe the compound. I dress smartly and walk here and come and say, Julian is very smart. And most of you were telling me you're very smart. Yet I was at 5 a.m. doing my things because I've thrown away the what? The vulnerability. So let's throw away the vulnerability. Let us put the ideas into actions and let us love each other and let us help and correct. By the way, my name is Megoma Queen, meaning I correct you. Megoma Queen means I am a good woman, but I also want another woman to do what? To be a better person. Meaning I also do make you to become that woman that I want. So correct each other, help each other, come into group. So we have the feminists, the MCs are making noise. We have the Feminist Humanitarian Network in Uganda. Please feel free. We have the ED here from CEPAD. You can learn. Most people are coming to me. Please reach her desk. This is the table. The coordinating organization is CEPAD. You learn more from there. UN Women Doors is open. Then the last message that I want to talk about is everything that we want as women is a victim of a calculated trap. Right now, if I want to get married, MC's table, if I want to get married, do women chase after men? I calculate the trap, right? The trap is my beauty, my issue, the way I speak, the way I present, my character. The same as resources. You want money. You don't tell the donors that give us money, I'm going to account. You set the trap The trap is, do you have a good governance? Do you have a working policy in place? Can you present an account? You set that trap. You have a business. What are you offering? So you don't chase after money. If you chase after money, you fall. But if you set the trap, the hunters knows very well. When you are hunting, you don't chase the animals. You set the trap. The following morning, the animal is already what? There. Guys, clap for me, because this is too much wisdom. I have learned it in the morning, and I made the summary over it. Yeah? So money is a victim of a calculated trap. Kathy, you're not yet married. If you want to get married today, you set the what? If I want money from UN women, I do what? I set the what? So resources is also a victim of a what? A calculated. Even if you want God to bless you, you have to do what? To set a what? So anything that we want in this world is a victim of a calculated trap. You can't chase them, you can't run over them. Set your vision clearly, something that can make you wake up in the morning and go and do it for free. Then when I post on my status, donors will come, Joyce, you're doing great in Acholi. What is happening there? Did I chase after the donors? I set my trap. I just keep setting them, set it everywhere. And love your trap. Don't cross the line. Just keep there. You have identified the vision, you have made it in life. Just now keep setting the what? Even the people even Jesus set the trap, not so. Right now we see even people shouting at the roadside, is Jesus here? He has gone already in heaven. But he came and did what? He set his trap. So that is the summary of all what we talked about today. Everything that we talked about today is a victim of a calculated trap. Calculate the trap well. Do it well. Show yourself. Please, if you set the trap, make sure the trap is in a position where it can catch the what? That is what I can say. So let us go back and sleep well. The Commissioner of Gender was supposed to come, but she had 4 meetings. You see how women are suffering. So she couldn't now get her way to come. And now we have excused her. We shall end the meeting here. Tomorrow, let us come early. People with exhibitions, please display them this evening so that tomorrow we don't again start, because some of the panels tomorrow will not be here. We shall have some panels at your exhibitions table. You see Acholi. So if you're from Acholi, please let your exhibitions be where the Acholi banners will be, Karamoja, like that. So I want to show you the coordinators so that you go and work with them. Actually, Catherine from Western Uganda, chairperson. We have Karamoja. We have Eastern Uganda is also there. Which other? Please, the coordinators stand up so that they can go to your desk. The exhibition is tomorrow. The exhibition is not going to be like this. It's going to be per region. Central, Acholi, and all that. So tomorrow, the donors are going to be here. The men are going to be here, meaning we have to dress more so that we set the what? The trap. Because for me tomorrow, you will not see me like this. Because I will do what? Set the what? That is it. Thank you very much. Have a safe travel home. Somebody can bless us, and we go. Do you have something? The team from Karamoja.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's a little bit hard to speak after your chair has spoken, but let's give a round of applause to our chair. Ladies, we have to do better than this. By the way, this is her last Women's Summit as our chair, so we are going to clap harder, okay? Charter for change. And thank you so much, our chair, for the wonderful leadership. Personally and on behalf of Western Uganda, I think we've learned a lot under your leadership, and that is why we've been transforming our community. Now, I do not know about other regions, but for us, we have our mentors, and our chair is one of them, really a role model to many of the women in Western Uganda, to the point that the other time they were saying, Chair, when they come back, they want to take a photo of you, if not the entire you, to Western Uganda. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, the team from Caritas is also saying thank you to the chair in a special way. DJ, please play our Karamoja song. And by the way, just to emphasize, this Women's Summit was led by the team from Caritas, and they are also the hosts of the Karamoja Alliance Humanitarian Platform. They usually call themselves a baby platform, but I don't think they're a baby platform because of the great work they are doing. I only feel like they should document like we did in Western Uganda. And as we speak now, they're going to, as we wait for them to prepare, please DJ our song, after which the women all over Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, sent in their videos and their messages. So before you leave, first stay for 5 minutes and listen to the voices from all over in different languages. I was confused, but I had to appreciate, because having all the regions. The team from Karamoja, are you ready? Cheya, come and stand here. Please don't feel jealous, but join us. Join us as we appreciate our chair. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the team. Thank you so much, the team from Karamoja. Even Western Uganda, I wanted to bring a cow, but it could not fit in. All right, but thank you so much for the wonderful gesture. Truly, Karamoja is really great that it's appreciating our chair. Thank you, Chair, for also accepting the gift. Yeah, but so ladies and gentlemen, they have already closed, but it is my humble request that we listen to the voices from all over Uganda. And I'm asking the IT personnel to play our videos before we go. So if you do not see yourself, you please let me know. If you sent a video, but you've not seen yourself, okay? You let me know so that we can add you, because This video is also going to be played tomorrow. We are making a statement. Beyond our vulnerability, we are architects of sustainable change. Who remembers our slogan? Don't look on that pamphlet. Who remembers our slogan? Who remembers our slogan? We can't go without, that is our key. And next year we shall also ask about our slogan. You remember our slogan? You remember our slogan? You remember our slogan? Okay, say our slogan.
Yeah. Power in No. Too much English.
Okay, who remembers it? Okay. So you're leading us.
Power in strategy. Power in strategy. Power in strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, forget everything else. But should you forget our slogan, sincerely, you would have done us a disservice. But still, if you forget the slogan, don't forget the theme. Beyond our vulnerability, women are architects and designers of sustainable change. And today we are making a statement, so wherever we are going, we are telling them that we are architects of sustainable change. I've been your MC today. I still remain Catherine Nakasinde from African Women and Youth Action for Development, but I've been leading you with a group of wonderful ladies that have made this day bright. And allow me give them the microphone to say something. Then we can have our video.
Good evening once more. It had been a very wonderful event. We have learned a lot. We are going with the key messages, and we hope to join again the summit next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. You have been the best audience ever. People have been very active, and tomorrow, heaven is the limit, not the sky. I've been Grace Amito of Amito Group of Companies. Amen. Yes, I think our evening tea is ready. People can as well pick it. We have a working, as you chat and get to know one another. Tomorrow, let us change our settings. If you know you sat here yesterday, don't go as a team. Please, let's mix, because towards the end, the better it becomes in knowing one another. There's no way we can talk of localization when we localize ourselves. We have to mix and get to know one another. You get to know what they do. By the way, if you go to a home, don't come back empty-handed. However fake their home is, get something good and come back with it. In the same way, tomorrow, get to know what Caritas is doing. Get to know what those ones in West Nile are doing. There is something that you can learn from them. So let's go and have our tea, and we meet tomorrow. Safe journey for everyone going.
I am the founder and executive director of Integrated
Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy. Women in HDP Nexus Summit, C4C Uganda, the Charter for Change, a global commitment by national and international NGOs to transform how the humanitarian system works, from the ground up, from global control to locally led action. In Uganda, this commitment took root, and from its inception, the Charter for Change Working Group Uganda made a bold choice to place women at the center of humanitarian leadership. My name is Tujaru M.E. I am the founder and executive director of Integrated Child Service Consult, in short called ICS. ICS is a women-led organization working in West Nile sub-region. We are located in Arua City in Vara. ICS envisions a world where women, children, youth and women meet their social and economic needs. Currently, we are operating in 3 districts in the West Nile sub-region. We are in Terego, Arua City, and Arua district. We have projects that are focused on advocacy and governance, livelihood, economic empowerment of women, education.